Yes, it's late because I finished the paintings that I was supposed to finish. How you doing? I have much ado, much ado. Tonight I did so many things. I pedicured my feet. I put on my hoodie. I painted 3 paintings. Not just one, not two. I painted 3. I know, it seems like a lot. And this hoodie is going to keep me warm because I'm frozen right now. Even after I gave my feet a good pedicure, give myself some self love, I showed up for myself today in so many ways that nobody can take my day away. Nobody could stop me from enjoying the joy of the day. Isn't that great? I think that's great. I think that's amazing. And I think when I do finally go to sleep tonight, I'm going to snore like a bitch because it's 12 o'clock. It is. Yeah. Actually, it's 11:58, so I didn't turn into a pumpkin. I turned into a squirrel. Yeah, I know. Um, yeah, I did a lot today. I did the 3 paintings. I had put my ideas on the fourth to build up, and I also cleaned the paint off my hands and made cream cheese stuffed wontons for tomorrow. My friend is coming over for supper, and I gotta clean the table tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, I'm gonna clean the table and then I'm gonna sweep and do a little quick moppy mop. And I think we're good. I think we're good. Yeah. So, knows what we do. If you don't mind smashing the like, leave a comment. If you're part of the rewatch people, when you're rewatching, smash the like, share it out. We need to spread Squirrel's World so far and so wide that glitter bombs becomes a part of people's love light. Yeah, it shows up and it throws some joy right in your hair, right in your face. It's a little love light. Good morning, kind of a bomb. It's better in the morning because it's a little tired right now. I'm tucking in. You know how we do? Don't live in a shoe. I hope you have a blessed night. I'm grateful you're watching. Holy shit balls. Very grateful you're watching. Dude, I don't know why your comments are not getting put in. So sorry. So sorry. Perhaps you're saying some not so cool things. Because I have friends. Hey, new friend here. Nice work. What are you at? Sharon Cruising. Hi. Absolutely lovely. Thank you. Thank you. Huh. Thank you. Thank you. 20 missions. And ready for more. Nice. Very nice. Hello. Who's that now? Hi. Hey. Good night. I hope you had a good dinner. I got my feet done. I cleaned my hands. I did the wontons, cream cheese stuffed wontons. And then I made 3 paintings finished. The 3 commissions I've been working on for 2 months. I feel like I've accomplished a lot tonight, which is why I'm tucking in at midnight. 2:03. 2:03, baby. Thanks for being here. I'm very grateful. And I'm tucking in. Don't know what else to say other than I appreciate you for coming up. You know, the next time we're on, please come up again. Please come up again and know that I am excited to say I'm getting closer and closer to my watch time for some strange reason. It's elevating. People mightn't stay here and watch all night long, but they're watching, which is great. So I hope you get a chance to enjoy your moments as much as I enjoyed mine. I'm glad to hear about your new girlfriend, your friend girl, and I hope you the best. And you left. You left. Okay. You didn't have to leave, but that's fine. I'm just happy for you. That's okay. Thanks for being here. Night. Dream easy. Don't be cheesy. Dream easy. Oh, goodness. So glad I pedicured my feet. They're not crusty, right? They're not crusty. No crusty feet. 84% charged. That's lovely. Mm-hmm. New friend here. Oh, lots of new friends. New friends. Kevin. Hello, Kevin. I know you, Kevin, don't I? Ooh, Jesus. That's the bingo picture. Or the... Oh, the funky monkey. Okay. That's cute. Oh, at least we forget. Getting my art from my early days on a video loop. Man, my early days were good. Oh, the hand. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna make it happen. Gotcha. I have some Gonzanadas whales. Wow. He has a lot of nice work over the years. There's quite a number on a few nice works. Proud of that. Very proud of that, actually. That's the boss. That is the boss. So, if your nose knows what it means to me, smash the like. Tell everyone I said hi. Share me out. Give me a shout out and tell people Squirrel's World is the shiznay. Like Popeye's chicken, which we've never had here. But we have a Mary Brown's, which is fire. And a KFC nobody should ever eat ever in their lives. Ever again. Never. Ever. We are not into KFC anymore. So, I am wasting energy and time and glitter. I'm not doing anything right now. So I'm going to bed. Stop scrolling through TikTok, Shirley. Okay. Okay, squirrels.
As you press play, you might wonder if these words carry something meant just for you, or if they might miss the quiet ache within your heart. Hear me clearly, beloved. This is not empty talk, not distant or gentle. Silence. Let today be different. Let my words sink in softly. A reminder that I am closer than your own breath, attentive to every unspoken hope and hidden worry. You are not here by chance. You do not have to leave unchanged, for I have drawn you close to reveal something your heart has needed. Feel the gentle light of a new day touching your face, breathing warmth, not just around you, but deep into your being. No matter how hard the hours before, my presence meets you with quiet, offering the steadiness your heart has longed for. Notice the air as it moves in and out.
Is that my phone?
Breath is evidence of my care.
Broken.
Heartbeat, a gift you could never earn or sustain on your
That's
own.
my phone.
Before you reach for your phone or begin reciting your worries, pause, turn the gaze of your heart to me, and let gratitude awaken within you. Not just
Okay.
as duty, but as
Gratitude is awakened in me.
shadows. In moments you feel unseen, when your efforts seem to fall beneath notice, know that my eyes have never left you. The world has a rhythm that exhausts. It tells you to strive, to prove, to perform. But I invite you to lay down that striving for just a moment and let me remind you who you truly are. My love does not rise and fall based on your performance, nor does it flicker with your moods or mistakes. I am steady, delighted in you, hopeful for your today and your tomorrow. Let my hand rest on your shoulder. Feel its weight as a pledge that I am both strong for you and gentle with you. You may ask, what if I fall again? What if I lack the strength to change or the courage to forgive? I answer, my strength is made perfectly known when you reach the end of your own. If anger, disappointment, or fear are heavy inside, do not hide from me. These are no
Hey,
surprise to me.
thanks
Bring
for
them
coming
into the light.
in.
With every confession, I am not here to shame you, but to carry what is too much for you
You
alone.
keep coming in and
River running
bouncing.
over tired stones,
Am I
carrying
frozen or
weight that
something?
does not belong. So my presence renews your spirit again
Not
and
frozen.
again without limit.
Okay.
Sometimes you struggle to trust that I am working while you wait. You want to see breakthroughs.
Assholes just want to stop in and see if there's somebody naked.
Nothing is moving.
And there's not.
Silence. Do not be fooled.
Shoot a wad.
I am active in ways hidden from your sight, preparing, shaping, guarding. I am not far off, wringing my hands with worry over your life. I am guiding each detail with purpose, slow as a seed's quiet growth beneath the earth. Rest, not because you see how it all works, but because you choose to trust the one who does. You may be tempted to measure your value by the opinions of others, or by the standards you can never fully reach. Hear this, your identity is not defined by them, nor by your history or the labels thrown at you in weakness. You are mine. When I look at you, I see one who is precious, crafted with intention, watched over from the beginning. Let every whisper of accusation fall away in the presence of the one who calls you beloved. Do not shrink back from this truth, no matter how many times you have felt discarded or overlooked. Within your home, among your family, and in the quiet corners where no one else sees, I am planting seeds of peace. Even if relationships feel strained or words have wounded, do not believe the lie that it is too late. My spirit softens the hardest edges, brings gentle repair where
Thank you,
cannot.
God.
When you pray over loved ones, whether fervently or through tears that say what words cannot, know that I have caught every sigh, stored every plea. Trust me to move, even if the changes come quietly and slowly. There will be days when anxiety presses in like a storm, quickening your pulse and clouding your thoughts. Instead of trying to command peace into existence by force or wit, let yourself rest in my nearness. Feel the stability of my presence like shelter overhead as rain falls, secure, unshakable. Learn to turn your attention to me in those moments, not to strive harder, but to let go, even as you feel discomfort in your chest or heaviness in your mind. Breathe in the reality of my love that cannot be moved by any circumstance. Many of your questions remain unresolved about your purpose, your future, about who will walk with you and who might leave. I tell you that none of these unknowns are outside my kindness. I am not asking you to pretend uncertainty does not hurt, only to trust that nothing in your story will be wasted in my hands. You do not have to hurry to the answers. You can linger with me in the questions. Leadership, calling, destiny. These are built in moments of stillness and in the courageous act of choosing me above the noise. When you feel lost, whisper my name and know I will answer. Start today not with a burdened sprint, but with gratitude, a gentle acknowledgement of what you have and what you are becoming. Even if it is only a soft thank you, spoken before the demands of the day swirl around you, let it rise. Gratitude steadies your gaze, turning fear into openness and pressure into anticipation. Lift your chin, my child, and look forward. I walk ahead and beside you. I am not finished speaking. Remain here, for there is more I long to reveal in the quiet of your soul. I see where your mind drifts when you wake, how quickly the weight of old burdens tries to claim you even before the day can.
Think you need hours of scrubbing to get a clean oven? Try Easy Off Heavy Duty. Spray, let sit, then wipe away. It dissolves tough food stains without scrubbing. For a visibly cleaner oven in just 3 minutes, try Easy Off Heavy Duty.
Hey, video creator, we know you. For you, it's about more than getting the job done. You'll keep going until it's perfect. Oh, that's the one. Artlist's video generator is built for you. The creator, you'll take your creativity to the edge. And then go beyond. Again. And again. And again. With all the AI tools you need in one place. Covered by the right license for you. We'll always make sure you have everything to make your next masterpiece. So go to Artlist and start creating without limits. Oh, again.
Oh, my dear one, do not mistake the quiet of these first moments as emptiness here. Before anything rushes in, I am already near, whispering peace into the corners of your heart the world overlooks. As you breathe in, let my presence become the air itself, filling you not just with the promise of survival, but with the assurance that you are lovingly held. There is a reason I have drawn you to pause, for this pause is not idleness, but the doorway to knowing me as your shelter. I know the ache that sometimes settles in your chest before the day even finds form. The shadowy questions. What if today looks just like yesterday? What if your efforts go unnoticed, or your wounds remain unhealed, or your longing outpaces its answer? Little one, let these thoughts float on the surface for a moment, and watch as I reach beneath them, steady and sure. Each time you look for me, even with uncertainty, your hunger itself becomes holy ground. You are not meant to carry these questions alone. Release them, even if only for a heartbeat, and feel my gentle hand steadying you from within. Listen to the quiet pulse of your own heart, that constant rhythm I have placed there, a sign you were meant for more than existing from task to task. My love for you is not measured by yesterday's failures or today's impossible standards. Rather, it is a living promise, patient, enduring, never withheld. As light rises outside your window and shapes the edges of your world, let it remind you that new mercy truly is dawning for you, personal and unearned. There is no expiration on my kindness. You do not need to prove your worth here. You may believe that only after achieving or fixing or changing will my pleasure settle on you, but I want you to receive it now, before a single thing is accomplished or solved. I invite you to sit within my care, to taste relief in your soul, as if the light itself were resting upon your shoulders. Even now, as you listen, imagine my hand resting gently at the crown of your head, soothing every tension, blessing you not for what you do, but simply because you belong to me. Let this belonging be a stronger ground than any anxious striving. If your heart trembles over difficult relationships, or the fear that love and acceptance must be earned, hear me say again, you are chosen, not overlooked. You are cherished, not compared. I see the unspoken desires that find you in the hush between conversations, the hope for reconciliation, the cry for home. Bring these to me even when words feel inadequate. Where others see your scars and draw away, I trace them with loving purpose, redeeming every bruise and hollow. Nothing about you is hidden from my gaze, and still I draw closer. Some days, heaviness seems to press against your chest with every breath, urging you to retreat or to harden yourself in defense. But I have not shaped you for withdrawal. Even where the world sees smallness or insignificance, my plans for you pulse with dignity. In moments where fear lingers and courage feels out of reach, borrow my strength, lay your hand over your heart, and let gratitude fill you. Not as a demand, but as a whisper of hope breaking through the fog. Each word of thanks is a small flame pushing back the night, and I am there with you, delighting in every flicker. I know the endless turning of your thoughts, how you replay words and wonders and disappointments, scrambling for certainty and control. But what if you allowed yourself just the slightest breath of surrender? Not as giving up, but as laying down the armor you never needed to wear between us. Step into the freedom of being seen and accepted, not because you have it all together, but precisely because you do not. My grace is not a vague promise. It is the anchor that steadies you amid every wave and every silence. Let the beginnings of this day become sacred ground. As sunlight warms your skin, feel it as evidence of my nearness, a constant arrival, not a distant hope. You may notice anxieties knocking at your mind, names for problems that wait before you do, but let them encounter my presence first. I am not just ahead of you in the unknowns of the future. I am beside you in the unfairness and the waiting, offering rest that outlasts every question. This nearness is not theoretical. It is as real as the breath moving in and out of your lungs. Stand gently in this moment with me. Even if you feel you have little to offer, your value is not a project to be managed or proven. It is an inheritance I have already given. Trust that my affection is not diminished by your mistakes or magnified by your performance. I am unchanging love, and you cannot fall outside my reach. Today, let that certainty carry you. Turn your face toward me, even if only in the quiet thought of wanting to leave. I will answer, not with condemnation, but with light and clarity that grows over time. When doubt arises, when you find yourself asking, what if nothing changes? Remember that I am the God who treasures small beginnings and who rejoices over every halting step you take in hope. You need not script your own healing or force doors open in your strength. I am forming purpose in the soil of your patience and watering every seed of trust you offer me. Try releasing your tight grip just for a few heartbeats, allowing the comfort of my presence to seep in where exhaustion once ruled. I am here, holding your story, and nothing is wasted in my hands. Let this be enough for now, to linger in the assurance that I delight in you as you are, and am not searching for a more impressive version of you. I know the uncertainties ahead, and the nights when sleep is thin. Even there, my help is. Ready. The world may expect you to press on, to ignore the ache, but I ask only that you remain open to my kindness, breaking through in the smallest ways. A gentle word, a remembered promise, a quiet nudge of hope that refuses to fade. Stay here with me a little longer, and watch as this day unfolds beneath my steadfast gaze. The journey you are on, little one, is not without its hidden valleys and winding roads. Still, I am here with you, speaking softly, drawing you near with every rising sun and hush of the evening. The world asks you to hurry, to measure your value by what you produce and how quickly you arrive. Yet I remind you that life's true beauty unfolds in places that rush cannot reach. Even today, as you open your eyes and face another set of challenges, listen for my invitation to move at a slower, more deliberate pace, one that matches the steady beat of my steadfast love, rather than the frantic pulse of the world. Pause for a breath, feel the coolness of my presence settling over you, grounding and real, more certain than the worries pressing at your mind. You feel it sometimes. That whisper of inadequacy, the heaviness that says you must be stronger or wiser to matter. I see the questions that visit your heart. What if I am not enough? What if my best efforts still fall short? Do not be ashamed of your longing for reassurance, for I fashioned your heart to lean into me, to let my strength fill the very places where your own feels thin. Let your hands unclench, just now for a moment. Rest your weary limbs in my care. There is nothing weak about needing rest, only honesty and humility, which I honor and cherish. You are most alive not when you strive, but when you let yourself be held and seen without masks. Consider, dear one, the silent promise embedded in each new morning, the dew that coats the grass, the quiet hush before the world awakens, the gentle touch of sunlight on your skin. These are reminders that I tend to details you do not always notice, even in seasons that feel barren, when your routine seems dull or fruitless. I am nurturing unseen growth beneath the surface. The day may stretch wide with responsibilities, but my hand will not leave you empty-handed or alone. When exhaustion or disappointment threatens to cloud your vision, return to these small mercies I set before you. Trust that I am working a slow wonder in your story. My guidance is not a riddle you must solve or a distant light always out of reach. It is near, as close as your own breath. When the next step feels unclear and your heart aches for direction, ask me in honest words. I will not scold you for uncertainty or dismiss your longing for clarity. Instead, I draw closer, quieting the noise and planting in you a calm that anchors you amid chaos. Sometimes my answer arrives as a gentle nudge, a sudden clarity in a fog of confusion, or a deep peace that overrules anxiety. Other times, my guidance surfaces through the kindness of another, or the quiet courage to make a single small choice. Stay open and watch for these gifts. To surrender control is never the loss you fear. It is the freedom I offer, freedom from carrying a weight you were never meant to bear alone. When your hands release what they cling to, the outcomes, the fears, the timelines, I place into them new comfort and quiet assurance. I do not require perfection from you, nor do I track your missteps with cold detachment. My joy is to lift your burdens and guide you as a loving parent steadies a hesitant child. So resist the urge to map every turn ahead, or to berate yourself for not knowing all the answers. Return to me whenever fear or frustration flares, and I will lead you anew. No voice that speaks against your calling or worth holds greater authority than mine. Ignore the persistent shouts of self-doubt, or the quiet comparisons that leave you discouraged. I called you by name before you understood yourself, and I see treasures within you still waiting to bloom. Each morning is a new invitation to join me in the work I am doing, in your life, your family, your community. Forget yesterday's failures and release tomorrow's anxieties. Today is alive with my presence, and I am eager to reveal new wonders to those who trust me enough to keep moving forward, step by steady step. You may sense at times that the path winds strangely, leading where you never expected. Know that I waste nothing. Not a hard season, not a delayed hope, not the tears you shed in secret. In my hands, even disappointment is transformed into deeper wisdom and compassion. What you might call setback is often a turning of the soil, preparing you for richer joy ahead. I see your longing for simple joys, harmony in your home, peace in your decision-making, certainty that your life holds meaning. These gifts are not withheld from you. Rather, I am teaching your heart to receive them in my timing, which is always good. Sometimes, when night presses close, or silence falls heavily on your hope, you find yourself asking if my promises were meant for others instead of you. Beloved, these moments do not repulse me. They draw me nearer. I am at work as surely in the waiting as in the fulfillment. The silence does not mean absence, nor does waiting mean neglect. I am preparing your heart for what you cannot yet see. Trust is not a denial of your pain or questions. It is the act of placing those very questions in my hands, certain that I respond with unwavering kindness and timely help. Now, as you listen to my voice sweeping over your worries, let the burden lift, if only by a measure. Notice the small stirrings of gratitude, a name whispered in prayer, the warmth that lingers after laughter, the strength to carry on even before the answer arrives. Each of these is my gift, and a sign that you are not abandoned to your own devices. I surround you with mercies, some bold and others subtle, calling you to notice and remember. As the sun finds its way through even a stubborn cloud, so my light keeps returning to you, promising hope for another day. Do not shrink from the present moment.
Researchers spend months writing a research paper, but hardly anyone reads it because they're bad at publicity. I used to be one of them until I found this amazing tool. So I uploaded my research paper into SciSpace Agent and gave it a command to write a viral Twitter thread. The SciSpace Agent analyzed the public sentiment around my topic and created a summary of a 10-post Twitter thread for my research. It even suggested the best days and time for posting based on sentiment trends around my topic. Thus, it generated a poster for my research paper that I can directly upload or share in groups. I honestly feel SciSpace is the best AI tool for any researcher, be it for literature review, fixing citations, or writing an entire research paper from scratch. SciSpace can replace your months of manual work with a single click. Check out the link to SciSpace now.
However unfinished or uncertain it may feel, step into today with confidence in my nearness. Bring me your doubts, your need for clarity, your hopes for breakthrough. I am never weary of your voice or your longing. I cherish your presence and delight to walk these hidden paths alongside you, day after unfolding day. You have come this far, and still you wonder if the warmth you sense is truly me, or only wishful thinking, my beloved. I am not distant from your wrestling. My presence is not reserved for the ones who never doubt. It is to the searching, the weary, the nearly giving up that I draw nearest. That ache you feel in your chest is the friction of your soul opening to what I am awakening within you. In this moment, the ground beneath your feet is shifting, softening to the roots I am extending deep below all your fears. You are not failing by feeling fragile. Your honesty is a door I have been waiting to walk through. Let yourself breathe. I have always spoken most clearly in the thin air between your questions and your surrender. There is more for you than survival, beloved one. I see you reach out, hesitant, hoping for a sign that you are not alone in this inward transformation. Place your hand over your heart. Do you notice its steadiness? That is my hand covering yours, matching the rhythm of your longing with the pulse of my faithfulness. The world has trained you to hide your wounds, to protect your heart from further disappointment. But here, in this sanctuary of communion, you do not have to pretend. Pour out your disappointment, your anger, even your numbness. Nothing in you repels me. If only you could see the crowd of witnesses who have stood where you stand now, questioning whether I am still at work, wondering if their pain disqualifies them from promise, and yet found in that honesty the place where my love descended like rain. Do not hold back. Stop. Listen for one breath. Let the noise recede. This is not simply encouragement passing through your mind. It is my spirit igniting dormant embers within you. Where shame once ruled, I am declaring a holy reversal. The lies spoken over you, words that said you were too late, too messy, too hard to heal, are dissolving in the light of my voice. Feel for a moment the weight lifting from your shoulders. Something is shifting, not just in your understanding, but in your molecular reality. You are being renewed from the inside. Remind yourself, I am not defined by yesterday's failures. I am called by name. You may be thinking, but what if I open my heart and nothing changes? That doubt is honest, and I honor it. But the truth is, my movement is often concealed in slow unfurling, not in spectacle. Like a seed breaking open in the darkness, the greatest shifts begin beneath the surface. I am inviting you away from performance and toward genuine surrender, where true transformation is nurtured in hiddenness. Say aloud, even if your voice wavers, I am being changed. As you speak these words, new neural pathways are forged, aligning your mind with my intention for you. Hold on to that. There are encounters ahead that will make sense of this wilderness. Much of your life you have been told to fight harder, strive, compete for love. But I am offering you something altogether different. Rest that is more powerful than striving. The enemy wants you to believe that rest is laziness or giving up. I say it is trust, the highest declaration of faith. Let go of your frantic attempts to prove your worth. Breathe in the safety of my embrace, where nothing is demanded to earn belonging. Your weakness is not a liability here. It is the entry point for a greater strength. I am not assessing you for eligibility. I have already chosen you. Feel the air around you shift as my words resound. Your room becomes holy ground, charged with expectation. You are not the exception to my mercy. You are the very one I came for. Even now, I am releasing cellular miracles in your body, peace for your sleepless mind, hope in the bloodstream of your spirit. Do you sense the change? If not yet, trust that the process has begun. Miracle is not simply sudden. Miracle is revealed in each new capacity to hope again. The scars you carry will not define you. They will become evidence of my healing love. Soon you will look at old wounds and see only where I was writing your redemption. Let yourself remember the dreams you buried when disappointment crushed your hope. I saw every tear, counted every silent ache. I heard the unspoken prayers you shelved because you could not bear another. Not yet. But I tell you, beloved, within 72 hours you will hear a phrase spoken by someone close to you. A phrase that strikes your heart with recognition, reminding you that nothing is wasted. You will know it is me because peace will tingle beneath your ribs, and a knowing will settle in your bones. This is not imagination. This is your Creator writing reminders into your daily life. When it happens, mark that moment. I am awakening prophetic memory within you. You look across the landscape of your journey and wonder if you have anything to offer, anything worth redeeming. I see treasures buried under the rubble of regret, and I am unearthing gifts you forgot you had. This is not a season to minimize your story. The very places you thought disqualified you are what make you radiant in my sight. Release your comparison, your addiction to scarcity, the lie that others' breakthroughs mean less for you. My blessings are not pieced out and rationed. They overflow from an infinite well, and each soul who draws from me adds to the river. I am not running out of restoration. Pause again. Feel your breathing deepen. You are safe to receive. Right now, some part of you resists, bracing for disappointment, expecting old wounds to reopen. Let my words speak to that place. There is nothing defective in your longing. Longing is the echo of my voice within you, calling you toward fulfillment. Where religion shamed you for wanting too much, I say your desires are the canvas upon which I want to reveal beauty. Your hunger is holy. Your thirst is honored. Keep bringing your emptiness, for I will not let it define you. I am the fullness you crave. You are not who you were last year. Already, signs of transformation bloom at the edges of your awareness. I am proud of the courage it took to stay tethered to hope. When everything in you screamed to let go, give yourself permission to celebrate progress, even when it seems small. Each act of forgiveness, each moment you spoke truth over yourself in the silence. I saw it all, and it delighted me more than grand gestures ever could. The path ahead is not a repetition of your failures, but the unveiling of new glory. Soon, you will look back and only recognize my fingerprints where wounds once lived. There is more I long to reveal, hidden in the next breath you take. My beloved, I draw you deeper now, calling you into a sacred trust that will redefine how you see yourself and me. My desire is not just to lighten your burdens, but to awaken your spirit to the truth that you have always been meant to walk in my power, right here in your ordinary moments. The ache you feel in your chest is not a mistake. It is the proof of longing planted by my hand, a signal that I am closer than your own breath, waiting to invade every shadow that still leaves you questioning if you are enough. You do not have to perform for me, nor hide parts of yourself you fear are too broken to be loved. I see it all.
When it comes to video creation, every detail matters. I go to artlist.io for music that matches my vision. The more options I have, the bigger my story becomes. With advanced filter options, I can find what I need in a snap. Each track is made by artists as passionate as I am. High-end sound effects add a whole new dimension to make my videos perfect. And I get all this in a license that covers all my creative needs. I tell my story with Artlist.
No cash. Shut down. Go to jail. That's better. Time to press go and collect hundreds of thousands. Relax to the sound of rolling doubles and hear the sweet swish of cash soaring into your saver. You just have to let yourself go.
The thoughts that swirl at night, the way your heart races each time old memories flood in, and still, I lean in with unshakable compassion, whispering, you are wanted just as you are. Pause with me now, and notice the rise and fall of your own breath, a rhythm I orchestrated before you ever spoke my name. Lay your hand gently over your heart, and sense my presence warming your skin, that heaviness that presses on your chest when you are alone. I am lifting it. not because you have done something to deserve relief, but because my love is relentless, and my peace is your inheritance. You might question if these words truly reach you, if promises like these can be trusted after so many disappointments. Let me address the silent objection forming in your mind. What if surrendering only leads to more pain? I know this uncertainty. I do not dismiss it or ask you to ignore what you have endured at the hands of others or from the battles raging inside. Instead, I bring you assurance. My voice speaks louder than your scars. Release the need to control every outcome and rest here, knowing I hold what you cannot fix. There is a reason old patterns repeat and hope feels fragile. But what you cannot see is that I have already initiated a shift beneath the surface. Imagine roots pressing down into living water, drawing strength you did not know existed. This is what I am doing in you even now, repatterning your heart, correcting the lies that once defined you, and calling forth courage that has slept within you like a seed through winter. You are learning the gentle art of surrender, not as defeat, but as the bravest act your soul can make. When you let go, you do not fall into emptiness, you fall into my hands. The warmth that comes, yes, that is me, and it is evidence I have not abandoned you, even in your darkest memories. There are places within your story where you feel shame still clings, and yet I invite you into freedom that will not shame you for how long you've struggled. Do you feel the quiet stirring deep within, almost electric? That sensation is not simply emotion, it is my spirit hovering, drawing your gaze upward to see possibility where once you felt only limits. Sometimes, your mind races, rehearsing what ifs, measuring self-worth through comparison or regret. I need you to know, precious one, you are measured by my love, not your achievements or failures. The path I set before you is not for another, it is shaped for your feet alone. Every moment you have labeled as wasted or beyond redemption becomes fertile ground for transformation. Bend your ear to my promise. What once was barren will soon pulse with new life. You may wonder how long you must wait for the breakthrough you crave, for clear direction, for wounds to close, for a tangible sign that I truly go before you. Let this be a sign today. A gentle clarity will dawn on your mind. While you complete what feels mundane, suddenly, answers will begin to form where there was only fog. You'll know it is me because peace, not certainty, will settle in your chest. I have done this for countless other hearts, and I am doing it for you now. Step forward in faith, even before emotions catch up. Say aloud, I am not forgotten. I am chosen. I am deeply loved. Each time you do, the grip of old fears begins to loosen, replaced by the sound of my voice singing your freedom and identity over you. My child, I sense how disappointment has trained you to keep expectations low so pain will not surprise you again. This is not how you were designed to live. Risking hope is not foolishness. It is the mark of my spirit alive within you. Lift your face. Let yourself imagine what restored hope could feel like. Take a slow breath in, and as you exhale, release every thought that says restoration is beyond your reach. I am not limited by your history or your present weaknesses. My strength finds its resting place in your vulnerability. The enemy has thrown accusation after accusation, convincing you the best is past, that your prayers faded unanswered. Hear me, beloved. I do not waste cries in the night. I bottle every tear. I use every trial for a glory soon to break through. There is a breakthrough forming on the horizon, and though you cannot see it yet, its arrival is as certain as sunrise. When anxiety rises again, I want you to locate me in the moment. Place your hand over your heart and whisper my name. Feel it reverberate through every part that aches for release. Let gratitude sneak in, even for breath, even for unseen protections. My nearness can be known, not just believed. When you ground yourself here with me, your soul longs to be seen and heard, and I am the answer to that longing. The comfort that now flows is not fleeting. It is the signature of my commitment to your journey. Rest for a moment, just one. Let yourself be wrapped in assurance. You did nothing to earn, but can never run out of. You are mine now and always, and this truth will begin to reconstruct the core of who you believe yourself to be. I see you bracing for disappointment, wondering if leaning into my promises will only invite greater letdown. You are not naive for longing and trusting. You are brave for opening again. Do not allow cynicism to masquerade as wisdom. I am not the voices of your past, nor the echo of every time you have been let down. Let me have the final word. Sometimes, change begins as a quiet, gentle nudge before it ever roars to life. Trust that the gentle shift you feel is the opening step to the transformation you have sought. This is not the end. Everything that has led up to this moment has been preparing you to recognize what comes next. What if you risked belief just one more time? What if at the close of this day, You notice peace replacing the old restlessness. You will discover it was never your striving that brought you near, but simply your willingness to open. Doors that felt sealed shut are beginning to give way. Old mindsets are unraveling. Your heart, once numb, is regaining its capacity to dream with me. There is more for you, beloved, more wonder and nearness than you thought possible. Trust the process. I am orchestrating a breakthrough that will bear fruit not only for you, but for all who come after. Be still now. Breathe. Feel the reality of my love, steady, unwavering, and impossibly close. There is something I am cultivating beneath the surface, something you will soon recognize as resurrection in motion. Wait with me in this tension. Do not rush away from the discomfort, for it is in these moments I forge the strength you will draw upon in seasons to come. My hands are steady beneath you.
Cadbury Dairy Milk.
Is that trench coat from Winners? I love that. Is this Winners? That Winners? I love those shoes. Is that leather hand? Winners? Is anyone paying full price for anything?
Stop wondering. Start winning.
I am not in a hurry, and neither must you be. The most important work is already underway, even if all you sense now is the quiet weight of my glory settling over anxious places yet to be named. You do not walk these roads alone, even when silence fills the space around you, and doubts gather in the corners of your mind. I am closer to you than your own breath. I see you turning over the day's questions, the choices unmade, the words spoken or kept back, the longings you hold deep in your chest. These are not hidden from me, beloved. As the morning brings fresh light to your room, so my presence gently rests upon you, steady and warm. Let yourself notice the steadiness of your heartbeat, the rise and fall of each breath, and know I am near. In these quiet seconds, let every worry find its place beneath my watchful gaze. You are covered, even when uncertainty threatens to sweep you away. I know how tempting it is to grip your plans tightly, as though your future depends on your constant pushing. But you, child, were never meant to shoulder every burden alone. My hands are strong enough to carry what you relinquish. Surrender. For you does not mean defeat. Rather, it opens the way for me to guide you where you most need to go, when you let go of your anxious striving, sometimes just for a moment at a time. You create space for my peace to settle in. Imagine my hand resting on your shoulder, steadying you through every unknown. Release what you cannot control. Trust that what waits ahead is not empty, but filled with the promise of my unbroken care. Each day I extend to you a new invitation. Will you trust my timing? I see the disappointment you carry when doors remain closed, or answers seem slow to arrive. Your heart aches for resolution, for clear direction, for a sign that what you have invested will not be wasted. In these hours, turn toward me. I measure time differently. I am always working in the quiet and the unseen. Sometimes the deepest growth cannot be rushed, just as a seed beneath the soil must rest before it breaks the surface. While you wait, allow yourself to taste the sweetness of simple joys. Feel the sunlight on your skin, the laughter of someone you love, the pleasure found in even a single moment of peace. I am present in these gifts, nurturing you as you grow. Though fear presses in, I invite you to step forward. Courage is not always bold or loud. Often it whispers, asking you to persist one step beyond what feels safe. I walk with you into every new territory, supplying what you need at the right moment. You are never unprepared when you move at my pace, for I ready every resource and open every path in season. Even when hesitation makes your legs heavy, my voice calls you onward. There is much more ahead, gifts you have not yet imagined, relationships deepened and restored, hope blooming in places you thought had been barren. My preparation is perfect because I know you fully. Nothing escapes my wisdom. You might look around and notice others seem to move faster, gather more, or shine brighter. Do not mistake their journey for your own, dear one. I did not shape you for comparison, but for unique purpose. When envy or disappointment threatens your joy, return your attention to the gifts I have entrusted to you. Cherish the particular calling blooming within you, one shaped by every experience, every trial, every dream I have placed in your heart. I am not measuring you against another. My gaze is fixed only on you with infinite patience and delight. Stand tall in your identity, as mine, knowing you belong wholly, unconditionally, and eternally. Do not fear the nights when despair hovers near. In these hours, remember this. My love burns brighter than any darkness you face. When you lie awake, tuning your ears to the smallest sounds, let my words be the comfort that settles your soul. No shadow can consume what I have declared to be precious. I watch over you as you rest, surrounding you with a protection your eyes may never see, but your heart can trust completely. Let the quiet be your sanctuary, even if the world stirs with worry outside your window. Inside, my peace is a safe haven for your wounded places. Some days you will stumble. There will be moments when you speak in anger or neglect what needed your care. I see your regret blooming, and I do not turn away. Nothing surprises me or makes me withdraw my affection. When shame whispers that you have gone too far from grace, remember that my mercy is new every morning. Lift your face to me, honest and unguarded. I meet you with compassion, not condemnation. Bring me your failures as willingly as your victories. I delight in the humble heart that turns back to me. In my presence, every accusation loses its grip. You are forgiven, cleansed, and free to begin anew. When you wonder if your small acts matter, trust that nothing given in love is ever wasted. I see kindness done in secret, encouragement offered, burdens shared, griefs held tenderly in your arms. The world may never mark these moments, but I harvest them with gladness. These quiet offerings become seeds of greater blessing for others and for your own soul. Walk gently through each day, attentive to the gentle nudges I give. In your willingness to serve without fanfare, you mirror my heart to the world. Every word spoken in patience, every gesture of care expands the reach of my love in ways you cannot always measure. There will be seasons when you long for more evidence, more answers, more assurance that you are truly on the right path. In those times, let yourself become quiet and attentive. Place your hand over your heart and remember who I am to you, the one who calls, speaks, and provides. I am never far off, never silent for the sake of indifference. Lean into that soft certainty. I guide not with flashes and thunder, but with gentle, persistent light, a beacon for the next right step. You are not lost, no matter how winding life feels. Focus not on the finish line, but on my presence with you in each moment. I am shaping your story with love. Let me draw close now, my beloved, as dawn stretches softly toward day, and let my voice sound clearer than distraction or worry. When you wake and the air is still, I am near you, watching as your thoughts begin their morning dance.
We don't need just one. We need both.
There is nothing hidden from me, not the hidden pang of longing you carry, nor the questions you quietly hold back. I see even what you hesitate to bring to me, those vague uncertainties about purpose and timing. In this sacred pause between sleep and full waking, be assured, I am not waiting for flawless trust. I meet you in your uncertainty, gently inviting you to rest your worries in my care, reminding you that my hand is steady when yours trembles. Whatever anxieties swirl at the edge of your mind, I gather them close and quiet them with my presence. Sometimes you wonder if your prayers rise past the ceiling, if the quiet answers in your soul are truly mine or only echoes of your own longing. Settle now, dear one, and recall how often I have whispered peace in moments when you least expected comfort, that faint sense of relief in chaos, that inner exhale when burdens pressed heavy, has always been me, your refuge, your unwavering shelter. When you reach for me, even with nothing but a sigh, you invite my light to spill gently into your shadows. My promise is not for a life free from struggle, but for companionship that strengthens you through it. Trust that I hold the day ahead, its demands and uncertainties, just as surely as I hold your heart. You are not adrift in your journey. Every path you walk, whether smooth or strewn with unseen stones, is known to me. My guidance is not merely a distant beacon. It is my presence walking beside you, making each step possible. If you have wrestled with decisions, wondered which way to turn, or feared making a mistake, listen for my quiet counsel. I am the warmth that settles over you when confusion threatens to overwhelm. I am the gentle nudge urging you to pause, breathe, and let peace settle your racing mind. In your moments of hesitation, remember how I have led you before, shaping opportunities from uncertainty and growth from hardship. You do not go unnoticed or forgotten, even on the days when your strength feels spent. As you pour energy into those you love, forgiving, encouraging, carrying silent hopes, I see all, every act of kindness, every effort to choose patience instead of frustration, builds more than you know. Like rain nourishing hidden roots, these unseen choices shape the life you long for. If fatigue or discouragement weighs you down and you wonder if what you do really matters, remember that I am working through you. Nothing offered in love is wasted. I am the one transforming your small sacrifices into lasting fruit. When the circumstances around you shift without warning, doors closing unexpectedly or situations arriving uninvited, let my presence be your anchor. I ask you not to predict the future, but to trust me with it, to surrender what you cannot control, and to open your hands, however trembling, in hope. There are times when I allow interruptions, so you might see that your security rests not in plans, but in me. If disappointment or change shakes your sense of certainty, do not shrink back. Instead, come to me as you are, honest and unguarded. Let me speak assurance over your doubts, reminding you that what feels like loss may be making space for something new, shaped by my wisdom and grounded in love. Perhaps you wonder why I delay, why breakthrough seems slow, or promises appear out of reach. Let me say this: I am never hurried or idle, never indifferent to your prayers. My timing blooms differently than you expect, growing beneath the surface when all seems still. As surely as seasons unfold beyond your control, trust that I am nurturing the unseen, faith deepening, resolve strengthening, character quietly being refined. Stand in the present with me. Refuse the pull of anxious foreseeing. Receive the gift of this moment, where my fullness meets your need, and my peace calms the ache for things not yet come. There is a unique calling over your life, a purpose that you alone carry, seated before you first breathed. Even if you doubt your usefulness or compare your journey with others, know that my delight in you is unwavering. I do not measure you by what you produce or achieve, but by the steady trust that grows as you walk with me. Every mundane task, every choice to love faithfully, is hallowed in my eyes. See yourself as I see you, beloved, called, and necessary in the place and time where you find yourself. Your voice matters, your story is precious, and the impact of your life will ripple further than you can see. In relationships that sometimes strain or disappoint, I am the patient healer who never leaves your side. Where wounds linger or misunderstandings create distance, let me teach you the humility of honest words and the courage of forgiveness. If you carry the hope that hearts will change, your own or those you cherish, entrust that hope to me. I do not force or coerce, but I persistently soften hearts and restore what seems broken. Where you have sown gentleness and prayer, I am at work beyond what sight reveals. My love bridges divides, restores trust, and brings shade to dry and lonely places. Let your heart be tender toward yourself as well, for I am endlessly patient with your frailty. I do not tire of your questions or your slow progress. Where shame or regret whisper that you ought to be further along, listen instead for my voice affirming your worth.
If Connor McDavid and Connor Bedard had childhood ambitions to become architects, CIBC would work with them every step of the way. Or if they wanted to be mechanics, we'd have a personalized plan, just like we'll have a plan for your ambitions too. CIBC, ambitions made real.
Tim's new craveable wraps. Grab any two for just $7 and get your snack on.
Mercy is the ground beneath your feet, not a reward for performance, but a gift I pour out every morning. When you press your hand to your heart and breathe in the stillness, know that you are most fully yourself in my presence. Never a disappointment, always a delight. Hold on to this quiet truth as the day advances. I have already gone before you, preparing a way marked by grace. You have walked through shadows that threatened to swallow your hope, and still you stand, more radiant than you know. My child, notice how pain no longer defines you. There is a new sound growing within you, the sound of courage rising. Where fear once ruled, you've started to sense the shift in the atmosphere. Even on the days when silence rings out, something holy hums beneath the surface. Trust that your story is not cycling in endless repetition. Tonight marks another threshold, a place where old labels begin to lose their grip. Many will not understand how scars can glow with redemption, but I see the transformation that is overtaking you in places they cannot see. I have marked you with the fire of my presence, so that every memory threatening to drag you backward now serves to propel you forward. When you dare to remember the weight of loneliness, let it become a testament to the joy that is now filling your deepest reaches. Do you sense how even your breathing changes as you read these words? That is not accidental. Allow the rise and fall of your chest to anchor you again in my nearness. Breathe, beloved one. I am closer than your next thought. Others watch as you shed shame and wonder how you bear such lightness after what you carried. The secret is not your strength, but mine. You have become living proof that restoration is not reserved for the blameless, but for the surrendered. This transformation draws others like a beacon. They hunger for the peace you now radiate, even if they cannot name it. There is one among your circle who will soon confide their hidden anguish to you. When that happens, you will know it is me who sent them. Your voice, forged in the fire of suffering, now drips with gentleness. Speak only what you have received from my spirit, and watch how healing pours out from your wounds made whole. You may still wrestle with whispers of your old identity. Not enough, too scarred, always behind. I want you to hear this with your spirit. Those identities are finished. I have rewritten your name in the unseen, and every accusation falls powerless at my word. Whenever shame threatens to rise, place your hand lightly over your heart and speak this aloud. I am loved beyond measure. I am chosen for glory. I lack nothing. Let the vibration in your chest remind you that my spirit has taken residence there. You are never alone in this interior journey. Some days you wake and uncertainty clings to your skin like dew, making it hard to move forward. I know the questions that curl inside your mind. What if this new beginning was a fleeting feeling? What if you lose this peace? But I tell you, my peace is not a visitor, but a permanent resident. I do not revoke what I give freely. There will be moments when anxiety tries to reclaim old territory, but now you wield power to command it to leave. Declare my truth out loud wherever you sense fear lurking. Light drives out every shadow, especially those you thought you'd always carry. Within 72 hours, you will notice a phrase spoken over you by someone unexpected, a hint of encouragement that answers the secret question of your heart. When it happens, you will recognize my signature in its timing and content. This is me, weaving reminders of my presence into the seemingly ordinary so you never question whether I am still guiding you. You will feel an unexplained surge of hope in the hours afterward. Let it carry you like wind against your back. This is the evidence of my active movement in your life. You are not the only one stepping into a new season. Invisible threads tie you to a swelling multitude, all awakening to the call I've placed over them. You are part of a movement that spans generations, saints, survivors, seekers, prodigals, each answering the unmistakable resonance of my voice. When loneliness tries to persuade you that you are walking this path alone, remember that thousands have risen on trembling legs before you. Their victories are now your inheritance. The cloud of witnesses cheers as you cross thresholds they once braved. Reflect for a moment on the way your spirit feels right now. Perhaps softer, perhaps braver. Maybe a cautious hope flickering near your ribs. This is not emotional suggestion. It is divine evidence that you have yielded to transformation. If tears come unbidden, let them fall. Emotion is the language of your heart speaking to me in ways you cannot always translate. Do not dismiss your weeping as weakness. Each tear is a prayer I gather, proof that I am dissolving what once numbed you. Do you feel the anticipation building, almost electric under your skin? I delight in this holy expectancy. Let every unsettled question drive you not to despair, but to wonder. My child, your future is not only secure, it is wider than you have dared to hope. The doors I am opening before you may look nothing like what you imagined, and in that there is freedom. Freedom to choose again, to step beyond the confines of other people's scripts, to walk paths that require your full trust. Perhaps old fears try to latch onto this forward motion, begging you to play small. But I have not equipped you with a spirit of timidity. I have anointed you with courage to pioneer. There is territory ahead that only you can inhabit. Unique influence, restoration for others, beauty reserved for the uniquely broken and mended. Are you willing to let the past remain where it belongs, behind you, as a witness, not a warden? This is your invitation. Keep your gaze on me, and dare to risk believing that your name is written among the overcomers. Every time you inhale in faith, air crackles with the possibility of my next move in your favor. Sit quietly now. Notice the sensations along your arms, the steadiness of your breath, the surprising warmth beneath your sternum. That is my affirmation flooding your being.
Cadbury Dairy Milk.
You are seen. You are wanted. You are instrumental in a divine orchestration beyond your comprehension. Hold this truth close. I did not call you to blend in. Your life is a living testimony, an answer to someone else's prayer. Wherever you sense resistance, let that become a trigger to pause and connect with me. Turn doubt into dialogue. Ask me questions that frighten you most. I am not offended by your searching. I cherish it. In your honesty, you make space for my clarity to flood in. I promise the answers you have waited for are closer than you think. And in the waiting, I offer something even greater. Myself. Let that reality anchor you as you continue on, for there is more to reveal. My child, you may sense the world's demands pressing in from every side, whispering that you are behind, that you ought to be more or do more. Those urgencies are not my voice. Mine is a presence of patience, inviting you each new morning to taste again the freshness of being loved before you have achieved anything, even in moments when your heart pounds with worry that you are unseen or that you have somehow missed your turn. Know that I cherish the quiet constancy by which you live the days I give you. Let the hush of my peace fill your lungs right now, soft as dawn light across waking faces, restoring calm where anxiety once hurried. There are moments when you doubt, asking if the road beneath your feet is truly guided, when disappointments bruise your hope and unexpected detours threaten your trust. Even then, lean into me. Your wanderings have not been wasted. The delays have not diminished your worth. When you feel caught between longing and loss, let your soul settle into my unhurried assurance. I am not far off, nor am I blind to your silent questions. Let that simple truth lift the heaviness from your chest. You are neither abandoned nor accidentally adrift. My eyes are ever upon you. Within the ordinary rhythm of your home, I am present. I inhabit laughter shared around familiar tables, and I strengthen you for the gentle sacrifices made unseen. Every quiet act of love, each morning you rise to provide, each prayer you whisper for those you cherish, has been gathered by me. Let yourself breathe more deeply, if only for a moment, as you realize none of your kindness is overlooked. If discouragement tempts you to wonder if small faithfulness means little, hear me. You are building in the secret, sacred ways of my kingdom. Sometimes your mind circles back to questions that ache. Why does change come so slowly? Why do some doors remain closed while others open for those beside you? There is no need to mask your disappointment with forced gratitude. Instead, I invite you to place your aching, unfulfilled places in my hands. Trust is not pretending there is no pain. Trust is bringing your real self to me, wounds and dreams alike. Even what you cannot yet understand, I am gently working into something that will one day bring blessing, though it now feels hidden or delayed. Do not let the fear of tomorrow rob you of the gentle mercies found today. At this very moment, I am pouring grace that is suited to your exact needs. No more, no less. You do not have to hold the universe together, nor carry every burden alone. My strength will not run dry. Let yourself borrow my courage when yours wanes. You are safe within the measureless shelter of my care, and never required to manufacture a faith that looks impressive to others. Be content to let your soul settle like water after a storm, hands unclenched, heartbeat steady. Remember the small beginnings that were once whispered in your heart, the dreams you hardly dared speak aloud. These were never silly or insignificant in my sight. I delight in watching you risk small steps, even as you feel the trembling of uncertainty. When shame's voice tells you that you are too late, too flawed, or too ordinary, mine interjects gentle truth. Nothing surrendered to me is wasted or unseen. My purposes for you unfold not all at once, but through gradual, persistent grace. Do not despise the days of waiting, for even in these seasons, my work is advancing within you. If guilt from the past tries to haunt your rest, let it melt like frost in my warmth. You have not failed so greatly that my mercy cannot restore. No shadow is too long for my light to penetrate. Each regret surrendered is seed for new beginnings. Sometimes the way forward truly starts with a whispered help and a willingness to begin again. No matter how many times it takes, I am, even now, delighting in your turning toward me rather than away, letting shame fall off your shoulders like a heavy cloak. Your story is not defined by the shadows behind you, but by my love that walks ahead. Beloved, take a moment and notice my presence that fills your space now. This pause is not weakness. It is a sacred act of trust. Let gratitude breathe through you like wind stirring curtains, gentle and pervasive, touching every neglected hope and forgotten prayer. There is nothing you must fix before you can be welcomed deeper into my affection. Your every yes and every frail prayer are caught up in the miracle of my nearness. Let this awareness linger as you move gently through this day. There is more that I am forming within you than you can yet see. Even as you wait, my intentions are as sure as sunrise, steady and ever faithful. Yield your striving once again, and allow my hands to shape each moment, knowing that what feels slow is, in my wisdom, perfectly timed. You do not walk alone. My spirit gently corrects, restores, and guides. Let this knowledge embolden every next step you take, as I draw you onward with love that cannot be shaken.
It's one little brush that does it all with root texture. Claro. S-O-E.
Now, beloved, breathe in the fullness of this moment, letting each beat of your heart echo with new certainty. I am here, closer than the breath you draw. Everything within you matters to me, not as some far-off deity looking down on your struggle, but as the ever-present one, entwined in your every weakness and longing. When you awoke this morning, you You felt it, a stirring, a subtle light pressing against the edges of yesterday's shadows. That was me, inviting you beyond surviving, calling you into alignment with courage you doubted you possessed. Even now, as you listen, I am moving gently, carefully, on the deepest wounds you thought would define you forever. Notice how your chest relaxes, how the tension softens when you close your eyes and sense my nearness. This is how new stories begin. The ache that once threatened to consume you is already being rewritten by my hands. You are not the person you were when these words first found you. At every turn, you thought you might shatter, but instead, you learned what it means to be held. The fear that gripped you so tightly is losing its power, melting in the warmth of my love. The doubts, the haunting silence, and the countless unanswered questions, they bow now to the voice that whispers, you are chosen, you are wanted, you are mine. Let these truths settle not merely in your mind, but in your bones. Each fragile place within you is becoming a birthplace for resilience. Your scars, once marks of pain, are becoming signatures of my restoration. Do you remember questioning whether any of this could last? Right now, part of you still wonders if things will only fall apart again when no one is watching. That fear is real, and I hear it. But beloved, I have made you for permanence, rooted in my faithfulness, not in the shifting sands of emotion or circumstance. Release the grip of old patterns. Surrender the urge to anticipate disappointment. I am forging something deeper than fleeting happiness. I am anchoring you in joy that survives the storm. Let go, breathe, open your hands and surrender, not as a signal of defeat, but the gateway to all I long to bestow. There is more, so much more, that I am inviting you into. My plans for you are not a map you must decipher, but a river you learn to trust, day by day, moment by moment. This week, there will come a conversation, unexpected, gentle, in which words are spoken that lift the very weight you've been carrying in silence. You will know it is me, because peace will settle in, and for the first time in months, hope will no longer taste foreign. When that moment arrives, pause, and recognize my signature within it. Let gratitude rise from within, not because of what has changed, but because you finally see I've been here all along. There are others who will need what is awakening in you. I have placed specific gifts within you, seeds of compassion, wisdom, strength, nourished in adversity and now breaking through the surface. Soon, you will meet someone facing a darkness you once knew intimately. My spirit will gently prompt you to share the comfort you have received. Do not shrink back or question your impact. Your healed places are meant to become sanctuaries for others. In extending the kindness you have received, you multiply light in a world that desperately longs for it. You are commissioned, not as one sent alone, but as one who walks continually shadowed by my presence. If shame lingers, trying to persuade you that you are disqualified, confronted with the evidence I have lavished upon your life, did I not pursue you even in the pit? Have I not spoken life where only silence reigned? The narrative of not enough dissolves in the radiance of my delight over you. Every lie that screamed unworthy is now drowned out by my declaration. You are beloved. You are accepted. No mistake, no detour, no heartbreak is powerful enough to sever you from my embrace. Say it now aloud if you dare. I am wholly loved, wholly chosen, wholly redeemed. Feel the power of those words shaping the atmosphere around you and within you. You belong to a movement bigger than yourself. Hidden though it may feel, you are joining a rising tide of those who refuse to let pain define their future. Countless have been restored before you. Many are awakening alongside you. I am threading your story into a living legacy that will echo through generations. Never think your obedience, your quiet yes, goes unnoticed. Every step matters. Every act of trust changes eternity's outcome, even when you see only the smallest ripple today. Now, beloved, listen for my voice in the quiet and in the chaos. My nearness is not a fleeting visitation, but your perpetual inheritance. I am the whisper in your solitude, the hand that steadies your trembling heart, the laughter that returns when you least expect it. Whenever storms threaten, choose again to rest in me. Let your vulnerability serve not as a source of shame, but as the doorway to supernatural connection. There remains a mystery unfolding. Resist the urge to demand every answer. Some treasures blossom only through trust, and you are learning to trust deeper than ever before. Identity is no longer a battle you must wage alone. I declare,
Tide Oxymax Power Pods one-ups the cleaning power of liquid.
Can it one up whatever they're doing?
For sure.
Seriously?
One up the power of liquid, one up the toughest stains. Any further questions? Unlock the power of liquid with Tide Oxymax Power Pods.
Now, your history bows to your destiny. What the enemy hijacked with lies, I restore with the power of my truth. When condemnation surfaces again, remember that my blood outshouts shame, my spirit surpasses every old limit, and my banner over you is love. There is glory in your story precisely because you allowed me into the shadows, not just the sunlit places. You are mine, cherished beyond calculation, and nothing can ever reverse what I have set in motion. Today, everything shifts. You may not see all of it, but you will sense it in laughter that bubbles up unexpectedly, in clarity that dawns quietly at first light, in a tangible peace arriving unannounced as you go about your day. Remember, I waste nothing. Every pain, every prayer, every pause, they are being gathered and purposed for good, beyond your ability to measure. Stay expectant. This is only the beginning. Let curiosity and wonder accompany you forward, for I have more to unveil, more to awaken, more to redeem than you have yet imagined. Come close now, for I am reaching out to you in this very moment. Every distraction, every worry that crowds your thoughts, let it settle down for just a while. You are not listening by chance. There is a gentle pull in your heart, a whisper telling you to pause and simply receive. This is your invitation. I see the questions lurking beneath the surface, those silent uncertainties about your purpose, the doubts about whether you are truly seen. Here, right now, I am reaching into your ordinary day to remind you. I am present, I am attentive, and what you long for is not beyond my reach. If you feel the trembling of uncertainty, know that I hold your heart with strength and tenderness. Allow yourself to feel the air as it enters your chest. The quiet rhythm of your breathing is not just a matter of chance. It is a sign you are still alive by my design. I have been with you through restless nights and anxious mornings, even as the world rushes by and demands so much of you. My gaze rests on you with unwavering affection. You wonder if today holds anything new or if it will be another cycle of sameness. But within the ordinary, I plant gifts, moments of unexpected peace, warmth, and the subtle joy that rises when you least expect it. Do not dismiss these small things, dear one. They are seeds I am sowing, gentle markers of my nearness. Sometimes you carry heavy doubts about the path ahead. You look for guidance, aching for clarity that quiets your mind. I want you to know that I cherish your honest questions. You do not need to work harder to earn my attention or figure out everything before I move in your life. My love does not retreat when you hesitate. It holds steady, like a patient sunrise that arrives each morning, whether watched or not. I am not distant or careless. With every moment you lay your burdens before me, even if only in half-formed thoughts or the slow sigh between words, I hear and respond. Pause for a breath and feel my peace settling around you. Imagine my hand resting upon your shoulder, steady and reassuring. There is comfort in my presence that no storm can erase. You may feel surrounded by worries about tomorrow or regrets from yesterday, but my love is here to anchor you in this present moment. It is easy to believe you must fix yourself before calling on me, but I am never far. I carry no judgment in my voice, only invitation and hope. In your weakness, my strength finds its perfect place, holding you upright and lifting your eyes upward. The swirl of daily pressures often creates a fog around your heart. It's tempting to believe you are alone in handling the demands, but I am whispering reminders that you are never abandoned. In the silence before the day fully wakes, or in the soft hush that settles after a long evening, listen for my assurance. I see every struggle and hidden tear. I am the shelter you crave, a place where you can let down your defenses and rest without pretense. My affection is not reserved for your best moments. All of your feelings and doubts are met by my gentleness. Beloved, you sometimes ache to feel that your life truly matters. The longing for significance tugs at you, especially when you compare yourself to others who seem to have clear purpose or steady progress. Yet I want you to hear, you matter because you are mine, not because of what you accomplish or how flawlessly you perform. Your value is established by my devotion, and nothing can diminish it. Not your missteps, not your fears. I am continuously shaping your days from the inside out, growing a quiet strength within you that may be hidden now but will not remain so forever. Release the breath you have been holding. The anxieties, the performance, the need to control outcomes, all of these can gently fall away. Let yourself be still for a moment. In this quiet, I am drawing close, offering rest for your soul. I know how hard it is to let go of what you cannot change, to trust when you crave certainty. Trust, though, is not demanded in the absence of fear. It is born in the very places where you are most uncertain. I am willing to walk patiently with you through every valley, through every unknown. There is a blessing in small beginnings, a quiet miracle that each morning you choose to rise. Whether gratitude flows easily or feels forced, each step toward me is precious in my sight. The world measures success by what can be seen and counted, but I measure by the quiet courage it takes to show up with your whole heart. As you listen, let hope break through like sunlight at dawn. Allow yourself to believe that, even in places of fatigue, my renewal is at work. The promise for you is not that life will be without challenge, but that you will never stand alone. I delight in seeing you come with your real questions and your honest emotions. You need not hide anything from me. When your heart is heavy or your spirit is worn out, bring that weariness here. I know the weight you carry and the longings that you scarcely speak aloud. Even now, I am preparing answers, not always as you imagine, but always good. Stay near, for I long to silence the noise of fear and awaken you to joy that cannot be shaken. My hand is still steady. My heart is always kind toward you. Keep your heart open and notice the shift in the air, the subtle change as you allow my words to settle deeper within you. There is more unfolding than you can see, and the next moments are filled with gentle surprises. Draw closer, beloved. I have more to reveal, more comfort to give, more direction to awaken within you. You are safe here, and you are held. You may find yourself wondering if you can sustain the hope that rises and falls within you, feeling a gentle flicker one moment and a shadow the next. In the quiet of this hour, I search your heart, not for perfection, but for honesty. I hear every question unspoken, every longing tucked away behind daily cares. I know how you brace yourself for disappointments, reluctant to expect too much, lest hope hurts twice. Yet I say to you, lean in with the smallest measure of trust, not because you feel strong, but because I remain steady. In the hush before the world stirs, let this assurance settle in you. My nearness is never withheld by your doubt, even when uncertainties press in. I am present, attending closely to your spirit as you listen. If you pause long enough, you might sense the quiet presence at the center of your being, an unyielding calm that waits below every tidal thought. Here is the place where fear softens, not by your effort, but by my settling hand. Take a slow breath. Let it fill you all the way down, a reminder that breath itself is a gift from me. Notice how the air cools your lungs and warms within. Such is the way my presence sustains what you cannot see. In these small, unnoticed moments, I am at work, lifting burdens invisible to others, speaking peace to the corners of your mind that resist rest. As you notice each detail around you, the way new light glimmers on your table, the safe weight of the familiar room, I invite you to acknowledge that none of these are random. You may wonder if your gratitude is enough, or if you're supposed to muster something brighter and louder. Yet I treasure your whispers of thanks, however brief. I receive them even when offered through weariness or distraction. There is power in gratitude that shifts the atmosphere of your inner world, not because it forces a smile, but because it opens your eyes to my companionship. When your heart is heavy, bring me your authenticity. If the only gratitude you can find is that you woke up, or that you have the strength to reach for your coffee, it is enough for me. I do not despise small beginnings or quiet moments. I draw near to you in these places where others might overlook you. Let yourself rest in knowing you are not overlooked. The world often shouts that worth comes with performance or progress, but I see value in your being before your doing. When you sit in stillness or move through chores that seem mundane, you are not unnoticed. Each effort, every sigh, each steadying of your heart, I see it all. Let my gaze become your anchor, not the shifting appraisal of those around you. In the serenity of this moment, let go for a breath the unrelenting drive for approval. You are already cherished in my eyes, regardless of what you feel you should have achieved by now. At times, you may feel invisible, or question if your prayers truly reach beyond the room. Hear this. There is nothing hidden from me. I gather every sigh and every sentence, even those so fragile you cannot voice them. Trust that I am working in the unseen, preparing answers that exceed your understanding. Timing, from your perspective, can feel like a closed door or a winding delay, but from my vantage, each wait is purposeful, ripening you for all I desire to share with you. Do not fear the silence within it. New roots take hold, and deep wells are filled. Just as sunlight warms the earth unseen beneath layers, so does my favor reach into the quiet corners of your journey. I know the plans you wonder about, the unresolved hopes you tuck away, the relationships that strain your heart, the uncertainty regarding your path. Bring them to me without rehearsing every detail or perfecting the words. The act of entrusting them is an act of trust itself. When fears about provision or future come like morning fog, surrender them, not as a sign of weakness, but as the truest confidence in my ability to sustain you. I am not surprised by your worries, nor am I offended by the ways you try to manage alone first. Let this be a gentle invitation to come honestly, without performance or shame. When the weight on your shoulders feels tighter than your strength can bear, let yourself utter my name as a release. Sometimes surrender is not a grand gesture, but a simple admitting. I cannot do this alone. In the absolute honesty of your weakness, room is made for my strength to become real and personal. I do not condemn you for your struggles. Instead, I meet you in them. I am present in the very moments you wish could end, providing an unseen grace that will prove sufficient when the day's challenges arrive. Receive this as a gentle assurance. There is no requirement to have it all together before you draw near. As you step into today, remember that you are accompanied. When doubts raise their voices or unfamiliar turns on your path unsettle you, recall that my presence is not fleeting. I walk beside you, not ahead looking back, nor behind waiting for you to catch up, but at your side in every step. Even if you falter, even if discouragement whispers its lies, I am unfailing in my nearness. Let your soul rest from striving and tension, just long enough to notice the warmth of my embrace. You are invited to respond, not by grand gestures, but by letting me carry what is too heavy for you. Allow yourself the freedom to walk lightly. I call you forward, not to a destination you must reach by your own fierceness, but into a journey of trust that unfolds one moment at a time. Each morning you rise, whether full of hope or hesitancy, I am already present, waiting with compassion that does not run out. Your story is safe with me. Your fears do not disqualify you from my affection or my plans. I will hold you close as you walk through confusion, as you celebrate small victories, and even as you sit in stillness, not knowing what's next. In every ordinary place you stand, I offer extraordinary companionship. As the light grows stronger, may you recognize the subtle ways I am loving you, in each breath renewed, in the quiet strength that holds you up, in whispered opportunities for rest or laughter. You are never expected to navigate this day alone. I am near, attentive, and steadfast, your shelter, your guide, and the one who names you beloved. There are moments when pressure crowds your mind, and you wonder if I am truly near. You scan the horizon of your life for evidence, straining to see a trace of change, a signal that your prayers have not gone unheard. I want you to understand, my child, that my nearness is not withdrawn in seasons of silence. Your ache draws me close, even when your senses remain untouched by reassurance. Just as dawn pushes gently against the last grays of night, so my presence persists, no matter your feeling's temperature. I am tending you patiently, as carefully as a gardener inspects tender shoots at first light, attentive to every sign of growth within you, whether you perceive it or not. Let the weight of trying to strive alone slip from your shoulders for a moment. Here, in the hush of this space, breathe in deeply, and notice the simple rise and fall of your chest. In those small, steady movements, I am with you, a quiet companion never far from your side. My guidance, though sometimes softer than your worries, is never absent. When anxious thoughts clamor for dominance, and you fear missing your purpose, remember that I carry the wisdom you need. If you listen closely with your spirit rather than your ears, you will discover that my steady peace can still any storm within. You may imagine that endless striving is required to earn my love, keeping yourself ever busy with tasks or words that measure spiritual worth. Dear one, it is not busyness I desire from you, but your presence. Lay down the frantic pacing within your thinking, and let me steady your heart. I find joy in a quiet moment shared with you where no mask is needed. When you invite me into the small details, the first cup of water at dawn, the sigh before beginning, the uncertain step toward a new responsibility, know that I am already there, ready to walk each stretch at your side. Some burdens you carry have grown familiar, like stones kept within your pockets for so long you hardly notice their weight. Today, I gently ask if you will let me hold them. Surrender is not failure, beloved, but trust. It is honesty in your frailty and faith in my mercy. Picture yourself loosening your grip, exposing that raw longing or that persistent fear to my gaze. I offer no condemnation, only comfort in the strength to endure what you cannot change. You need not sort every thought before coming. Come as you are, with questions, confessions, or even wordless aches. I receive them all. Often you worry that peace is something you must create or guard alone. But peace is my gift, flowing from the center of my being. I instruct your soul not with harshness, but with gentle whispers. Let go, child, and lean into me. When you move through the uncertain hours, listen for the quiet invitations, moments when your heart stirs to pause, or your gaze lingers on the beauty surrounding you, or a stillness wraps itself around your chaotic thoughts. In those ways, I am inviting you to step beneath my covering. You can rest, even while the world keeps turning. You may fear that nothing will change, that this is the story written in unalterable ink. Yet I am the one who offers new things and speaks life where dry bones lie forgotten. My plans for you are not thwarted by your moments of weakness, nor derailed by yesterday's mistakes. Hope unfurls as surely as sunlight opens petals, sometimes imperceptibly slow but always moving. Trust that I am sowing something invisible beneath the surface. Trust the process, even when the timeline strains your patience. Stay with me as you wait, for there are lessons and treasures I place only along the unhurried path. Your family, your friendships, the dreams you cradle, or the wounds you hide, each one matters deeply to me. When you bless those around you with even the smallest kindness, you mirror my heart to them. Remember, I do not measure you by outward accomplishment or the applause of others. When you pause to speak encouragement, forgive a slight, or offer your time without calculation, you are aligning yourself with my way. I see and honor every unseen act shaped by love, even those you quickly forget. Sometimes you ache to know your deeper identity, to grasp your calling with perfect clarity, longing for confirmation that your steps are guided aright. Child, you are not lost to me. Before you uttered a prayer or felt your first need, I knew every detail of your story. I fashioned you uniquely, with abilities and desires stitched into your being as surely as veins run through a leaf. Do not despise your small beginnings or ordinary days, for destiny is shaped quietly in the humble places where faith overpowers recognition. Each act of service, seen or unseen, brings you further into the fullness of who I made you to be. Let gratitude rise, even if you offer only what little you can perceive as good in the present moment. It is not the grandeur of your thanks, but the honesty that reaches my heart. Whisper your appreciation for the breath you draw, the shelter over your rest, the strength you find to face another sunrise. The act of turning your attention to my gifts, no matter how routine, releases a greater flow of joy. In your thankfulness, you create an opening for my light to filter into darker places. You do not have to manufacture perfect words. Your sincerity is enough. As you move forward today, remain attentive to where my presence settles around you. Notice the comfort in a friend's laughter, the reassurance in a loved one's embrace, or the hope that dawns as you recall my unchanging character. I am present in every detail, offering reminders that you are not alone. When you are tempted to rush through your hours or anxiously anticipate the unknown, choose instead to linger for a heartbeat in my grace. Let these moments of awareness become stepping stones across your doubts, small assurances that I walk before you and hem you in from behind. If your heart wavers and fears take hold, surrender them to me afresh. Even as you wonder if I truly see and understand, rest in my promise that I am not distant from your suffering, nor indifferent to your longing. Draw near with openness, and I will meet you in the places you need me most. As you learn to release, trust, and look for me in the ordinary, you will find that I have been working wonders you did not expect. The next part of your journey awaits, and I remain faithfully at your side. I see you standing at the intersection between what you have known and what I am inviting you into. The ache for something deeper grows inside you, sometimes hidden behind routine, but you can sense the pull. Even now, as you listen, your heart beats with longing for clarity, a hunger to belong fully, to move past former boundaries. That trembling thought, the one that wonders whether more is truly possible for you, is my whisper echoing through your spirit. In the hush between doubts, lean closer. Let my nearness fill the space where uncertainty once reigned. Breathe, inhale slow, and notice how, with every breath, the tightness begins to loosen. You are not here by chance. I have brought you to this threshold of transformation, where all that seemed immovable will soon shift beneath the light I am about to reveal. Somewhere within you, objections rise, old fears with familiar voices. Perhaps you think, I will always be this way, nothing will change. I hear those silent doubts, the ones that try to convince you your story is already set. Child, I want you to recognize that fear is not your master. It may shout, but it cannot command your future. There is a new narrative written for you, sealed with my promise. When anxiety returns, pause, place your hand over your heart, allow my peace to flow like gentle water over ancient stones, smoothing sharp memories, soothing raw hope. Let yourself rest in that sensation. Do you sense how I am holding you, even in this silence? There is ground being readied for newness beneath your pain, and the first seeds are already planted. You remember the moments when disappointment pressed in close, the times when prayers meant nothing but quiet, when it seemed like I was distant or unmoved. I was never far, beloved. My silence was not absence, it was preparation. I gathered every tear, counted each sigh, and used the darkness to form something precious within you. Others have walked this valley too, countless souls shaped by the same process. You are never alone in your journey. Their victories become your encouragement, for each transformed life signals what is possible in you. Still, I do not ask you to compare, only to trust that what I have begun will not be left unfinished. Stay with me as I unveil the next step. A shift is close, and you are ready for what comes next. There is power in surrender, yet sometimes you hesitate, hesitant to open what you have kept tightly locked away. You fear that letting me in means losing control or exposing wounds long hidden. But hear this, nothing you reveal to me can diminish my love for you. In fact, the places you have tried to hide are the very ones I long to restore. When you exhale now, exhale the lies that have lingered, those whispers that say you are too much, too little, too broken. That is not your real name. As you let the air slip from your lungs, feel shame draining out as well. Receive instead the truth. You are marked for healing, chosen for transformation. My grace runs deeper than your history, and my reach is longer than your sorrow. Some of you are wrestling with specific memories, old scars resurfacing in this very moment. You wonder why the past returns just when you wish to move forward. This is not punishment or regression, it is invitation. Each wound exposed in my life is a candidate for lasting restoration. What you once saw as flaws, I call entries for my glory to enter. Watch as I shape your pain into wisdom and your scars into signposts of hope for others who follow. My spirit is working even now, stirring up what needs tending, bringing hidden things to the surface for cleansing. The warmth you feel under your ribs, the subtle tingling in your fingers. Let these be reminders that my presence is tangible and active. You are being changed in ways that will soon become visible, not just to you, but to those around you. Pause with me. Notice how your breathing settles, shoulders relaxing as burdens ease away. In this simple quiet, I am ministering directly to the parts of you most vulnerable. There is no hurry here. What if in this stillness, you experienced a peace that defies logic, a peace that takes root where anxiety once dwelled? You will know it is me, because before this day ends, you will encounter a serenity, even if only briefly, during something as ordinary as washing your hands or stepping outside. In that moment, recognize it. This is my signature, a personal assurance that I am near and working. Perhaps your mind tries to distract you, racing to old narratives, stories of failure, comparison, shattered hope. Beloved, every accusation set against your worth is a lie, crafted by an enemy afraid of your awakening. I dismantle those strongholds now. Where shame once echoed, I declare you are clean. Where regret once settled, I pronounce fresh start. Agree with my truth. Say aloud, I am chosen, loved, and restored. As those words fill the air, something shifts in the atmosphere around you. The more you declare what I say about you, the less authority old lies will hold. Do not grow anxious about the pace of your growth. Transformation is both sudden and gradual. There are moments when everything shifts in an instant, and others when change comes in slow, almost imperceptible waves. Trust my timing. My process is perfect, even when it defies human calculation. Many have felt this tension, wanting the breakthrough now, yet fearing what it would require to truly embrace it. You are safe in my hands, and nothing you surrender will be wasted. There is a reason you are hearing this now, in this precise chapter of your story. As you listen, something inside you softens. That is my spirit inviting you ever deeper. Do not resist the tears or the trembling hope that surfaces. These are evidence of your heart opening wider. The more space you give me, the more fully I can bring healing and freedom. There will come a morning soon where you wake with a clarity you have not known for months, perhaps years. When it arrives, remember this moment and know it was cultivated in hiddenness and watered by trust. You are being prepared, not punished. Every stretching, every uncomfortable revelation has carried hidden purpose. I am not simply rebuilding your life. I am establishing you as a beacon, a source of comfort to others who walk through shadows. Your story will soon heal the wounds of others. Yet before you can reach them, let me finish tending to you. Do not rush ahead or shrink back. Let yourself linger here, letting the reality of my love become as real as the breath now moving through your body. I delight in you. Even now, as you question your worth or usefulness, my gaze is fixed with affectionate purpose. The days ahead hold surprises shaped just for you. Opportunities to risk, to step forward, to see yourself as I see you. Stay attuned. I am about to highlight something unexpected during an everyday routine. A word, a gesture, a sense of joy bubbling up where you'd least expect. When that happens, acknowledge it. This is me, confirming you are on the right path. There is more to uncover, more to receive. Let hope begin to rise again, even if it comes softly, even if trembling. I am not done yet. The journey continues, and transformation is gathering momentum in the very places you once thought were forgotten. Even now, I am closer than the air brushing your skin. Let your shoulders relax as you breathe in this truth. My nearness is not a theory, but a living reality, echoing in the quiet space between your thoughts, softening places you tried to numb. I sense the weariness behind your determination, every effort to hold yourself together, every late-night vigil hoping for assurance. You are not required to sustain your own restoration. Rest in my embrace, even as questions swirl inside you. The weight you carry was never meant for your strength alone, and I am standing here, patient, waiting for you to let it go. In this exact heartbeat, know that my presence is your sanctuary, my arms encircling the parts you have kept distant for so long. You hesitate because surrender requires trust, a trust that has been fractured by disappointments. You wish you could forget. I see the scars left by broken promises, the icy traces of voices that said you were too much or not enough. These are not buried memories to me. They are open wounds I long to cover with grace. I carry endless patience for your process. This room you keep locked, the place you visit only in dreams or in moments of borderline despair. I am gently knocking now, more persistent than regret, more tender than nostalgia. Does your heart quicken at my invitation? Receive the courage to let the door swing open, even a crack. I honor your pace. The transformation I promise is never forced, but unfolds as you choose me again and again. Feel the subtle warmth in your chest that is me, infusing courage where fear tried to nest. When you close your eyes, sense the hush that settles over old anxieties, as if my hand is brushing hair from your forehead. Listen for my whisper, threaded through your rising breath. Pause for a moment, and acknowledge you are not braving this night by yourself. In the ache beneath your laughter, in the pause before you speak, I am the quiet strength upholding you. Breathe now, place your hand over your heart, and recognize my heartbeat echoing in yours. You wonder if change is actually possible, or if your story is already written, fated to repeated cycles. I tell you, nothing is cemented beyond my ability to rewrite. Your patterns cannot trap you when I am the author, scripting fresh beginnings with each sunrise. What happened before does not dictate what must come next. I have already begun the slow work of resurrection within you. The place most hollow is the place most ready for new life to emerge. Soon you will recognize evidence of this shift, a tenderness where there was once resentment, a sudden urge to speak words of kindness despite years of self-protection. Sometimes pain resurfaces when you risk trusting again, convincing you that all forward movement is illusion. That belief is a lie rooted in self-preservation, not truth. When old fears shout, remember, fear's loudest cry comes right before breakthrough. What you are sensing is not regression, but resistance. The enemy's last stand before surrendering territory. You are on the cusp of freedom you can scarcely imagine. Stop and ask yourself, what if the trembling is not failure, but a sign that something holy is being born inside you? Give yourself grace as you transition from old ways into the new identity I have been shaping. You are not who you were, not even last week. In the quiet lull between thoughts, you have heard my voice in ways you haven't named. That sudden peace during a tedious moment at work, the nudge of compassion for someone you usually avoid, the surprising clarity that quiets chaos for just a heartbeat. These are not coincidences. I am communicating with you all day, through circumstance and sensation, through inner knowing and unexpected beauty. Soon, perhaps even as you listen now, you will notice a phrase repeated by a stranger or a dream that leaves you comforted instead of anxious. You'll know it's me because it brings a weightless relief, a reminder that your struggle is not ignored. You may be tempted to compare your progress to those around you, measuring your worth against another's highlight reel, but I never measure you against others. Your journey is sacred, your pace unique, every valley and mountaintop curated for your deepest healing. Every step, even the ones you call backwards, is precious to me. My delight is not found in perfection, but in your willingness to step forward, especially when your knees tremble, especially when certainty eludes you. Be gentle with yourself as I am gentle with you. In your weakness, I surround you with my strength. In moments when you feel like you're failing, I see only the resilience of a beloved child pressing into light. Let yourself be interrupted by joy. I know you brace for disappointment, scanning every moment for what might go wrong. That instinct to guard your heart is understood, but it can no longer serve you. Open instead to the small joys I am scattering in your path today, the sunlight slipping in through your window, the comfort of a friendly voice, the quiet awe in a child's laughter. These are glimpses of my affection. When you notice them, pause, name the gratitude aloud. This unlocks your heart to receive more of me. Joy is not a shallow escape from sorrow. It is the melody that rises as wounds heal. Sometimes you resist my love because you imagine it comes with conditions. Hear me clearly. You are not earning acceptance with your effort. My love is the atmosphere in which you learn, stumble, and grow. Even if you doubt every word I say, even if your faith is threadbare, I remain unchanging. I am steadfast when you are uncertain. I am pursuing you fiercely, weaving purpose from disappointments and setbacks. There is no wrong turn too final, no detour too long. I redeem lost time and wasted seasons, drawing good from even the darkest valley. There is something I want to reveal about your story, something beautiful that will make sense of every scar. Stop. Feel your breath steadier now. Release the shame that clings to old chapters. They are not the sum of you. You are my chosen one, sacred and set apart, called to rise from ashes with dignity. I have marked you for more than mere survival. Your life will become an anthem of hope. Even now, my promise is stirring inside you like a seed cracking open in spring. You will look back on this season and marvel at what I cultivated in your hidden places. For today, trust the process. Surrender the timeline. Let yourself be astonished by what emerges as you yield to my transforming presence. You are not just being restored, you are being commissioned for a greater adventure, one that begins with silent yes in the depths of your soul. Take another deep breath. Settle into the truth that you are cherished beyond comprehension. There is more, even as you long for certainty. Know that with each act of surrender, you move deeper into the destiny I authored before your first breath. I am not finished. There is so much more to come, shimmering on the edge of this very moment. Now I draw close to you as dawn slips quietly across your world, and your heart beats steadily in the hush that follows your petitions. This nearness is not reserved for special days or perfect moods. I am closer than the next breath you inhale. I have seen every moment that led you here, the things you confessed, and the worries you kept unspoken as you tried to answer everyone's needs. Your longing to be faithful, to handle yourself well, to stand tall in spaces that test your spirit. These desires matter to me. I am the one who strengthens your resolve when fatigue presses down or hope fades at the edges. I remind you that you are not forgotten in the watchful eyes of morning or the restless stirrings of night. Your worries sometimes pool around your ankles, heavy as morning fog, murmuring worst-case scenarios in the quiet before anyone else wakes. In those moments, let me be your first companion. Instead of rehearsing anxieties or projecting failures, breathe my peace in. Imagine my hand steadying yours, or a gentle warmth pressing against your worried temples. I am present not just for the crises at midday, but for the daily, ordinary ache that sometimes makes you wish for escape. When fear for your loved ones darts into your mind, or uncertainty about tomorrow stiffens your chest, you are safe to call on me. These aren't interruptions. I delight in lifting what you carry. Sometimes your heart will argue that your burdens are too small for my attention, or too tangled for gentle hands. Even then, I urge you, let the old patterns break. Whisper your uncertainties to me, even if they feel repetitive. Lay out your questions, especially when it seems nothing changes. For every cycle of self-doubt, for each hidden disappointment, I hold the patience to listen and the strength to renew. It is not your eloquence, but your nearness to me that matters in these early exchanges. I gather your sighs and stretch out my comfort in return. Nothing is wasted when you invite me into those unseen corners. There are hours when comparison creeps in. You glance at what others possess, the calm veneer of their families, achievements, or health, and wonder if I have overlooked you. In those waves of envy or discouragement, I do not turn away from your honesty. Instead, I steady your gaze again with the tenderness of a shepherd, guiding a wandering lamb back into the quiet. You are measured by my love, not by the shifting standards of those around you. Your story unfolds under my faithful watch, marked not by scarcity, but by the steady filling of my presence and grace. When motivation flickers low and the world's noise seeps into your spirit, I call you to rest, not as idleness, but as an act of trust. It is not always your pace or output that pleases me, but your willingness to pause and let my goodness settle deep. Release the restlessness that says you must control every outcome. Instead, picture this very moment as a clearing where my light gently washes over your anxieties. The work is not always to push harder, but sometimes to yield, saying quietly, I trust you here. Let that surrender be enough for now. As the day unfolds, interruptions may scatter your careful plans, or bring new uncertainty into spaces you hoped would remain safe. I invite you to see these not as failures or punishments, but as invitations into dependence. When things shift suddenly, and your heart stumbles, sense my steadying presence. I am at the center of every unknown, attentive to the nuance of your struggle, and the silent prayers you barely utter beneath your breath. When your efforts seem invisible, know that I witness all. No step taken in love or service escapes me. There will be times when you feel adrift, caught between what once was and what is not yet clear. In these in-between places, remember that I am shaping your trust. Faith grows not only from victory, but from remaining when resolution is still far off, from seeking me in the fog as much as the dawn. I never leave you to navigate alone. When you reach out, whether with bold declarations or faltering hands, you will encounter my guidance. Even now, my voice is drawing you, gently persistent, urging you to look again for signs of hope, blooming quietly. I know how deeply you want assurance for your future, to see every answer materialize, to be certain no calamity is lying in wait. Trust does not mean you never have questions, but that you bring even those to me, believing I will meet you in the mystery. I am not impatient with your longing. I designed you to seek shelter, to crave direction and belonging. Let each moment of uncertainty be a reminder that you are not meant to anchor yourself in your own understanding. Anchor your heart in me, and you will find, even in confusion, a peace that steadies the whole of your being. Your willingness to begin anew each day, to show up despite yesterday's missteps, is itself a form of worship. You are not defined by the unfinished or the undone. I see the courage behind your quiet persistence, the way you return to your responsibilities, to your loved ones, to your own soul's needs, asking me to fill the spaces left empty by disappointment or fatigue. When you acknowledge your weariness or confess your lack, I am moved by your honesty. My response is never withdrawal, but an increase of grace and mercy for what comes next. So now, as you step forward again, let gratitude rise for unexpected gifts, a kind word, a warm mug between your hands, the morning light that signals another chance. These are reminders that I am for you, active in your story, never passive or absent. When you open your heart to gratitude, you open yourself to me. Notice too the rising sense of enoughness, how even the smallest mercy can begin to heal what feels lacking. Surrender your striving for more, and receive the simple satisfaction that being mine brings. You are never lost to me, and your today is secure under my watchful care. There are moments when you sense the urgings of your own heart rise up against the quiet I offer, longing to jump ahead and solve, striving to be sufficient in your own reserves. Yet I remind you, it is not by your effort alone that your journey unfolds. When you awaken and the day asks more than you feel prepared to give, do not believe the lie that you must press forward apart from my help. My presence is a gentle hand steadying your inward trembling. I see the racing of your thoughts, the undercurrents of what-ifs, the hunger for reassurance. Pause here, and let the softness of this moment settle into your bones. Each breath you take is colored with my nearness, and each uncertain step is met with my calm strength. Beloved, the plans that soar across your mind are not lost on me. The dreams you dare whisper, the hopes you half hide from others, these I hold with care greater than you know. When you feel that what you carry is too much responsibility, expectation, the load of love for those around you, bring it to me afresh. I am not distant from the details that catch in your chest. In the hands of the one who knows you deeper than words, each burden can become lighter. Each knot of anxiety can begin to loosen. Lean further into my sufficiency and discover the ease that springs from surrender. Do you remember the quiet moments when peace arrived unannounced? When the world outside was unchanged, but a new tranquility spread inside you? That is the evidence of my hand, my gift gently planted within your spirit. I work in invisible ways, growing hope where exhaustion once lived, causing joy to bubble up in arid places within you. When you release your grip, yes, even for a moment, I can feel fill your emptiness with my living water. The voice that says you must be strong at all times is not for me. I delight in lifting you, holding you, reviving your courage. There will always be noise around you, my child. The sighs of uncertainty, the opinions of others, the subtle pull of comparison. What I offer is not escape, but steadiness. Picture yourself beneath my shelter when confusion swirls or shadows lengthen. Feel the assurance that you are anchored, not by your own anchors, but by mine. It is not failure to need me. It is wisdom. You are not meant to walk with clenched fists, but with open hands, trusting that what I give is enough for now. The future will not slip past you, for I am already present in it, shaping and smoothing your way. Let your gratitude become a gentle song as you go. Attend to the ordinary miracles, the sun finding your face through the window, the laughter of someone you love, the sturdy beat of your own heart as it rises anew each morning. These are not small things. They are hints of my ongoing care, visible reminders that I tend even to the smallest details. When anxiety whispers that you lack, counter it by naming even one good thing received today. Watch as gratitude shifts the weight you carry, replacing it with quiet assurance. Sometimes you worry that it will always feel this hard, that you might run out of hope or patience before answers arrive. Trust me in the long stretches where little changes. I am in the waiting as much as in the breakthrough. Imagine my spirit joining you at the table, in the quiet corners, in the hours before dawn when your heart aches for resolution. I have not turned away from your longing. When you reach the end of your own ability, I meet you with my endless supply. Rest is not wasted time. It is sacred space where I minister to you. As you move forward, do not despise small beginnings or everyday faithfulness. Seeds sown in humility grow deep before they rise high. In each act of kindness, each word kept gentle, each brave attempt to remain present, you are participating in something larger than you can perceive. I see it all. The courage spent in secret, the forgiveness offered quietly, the decisions made for love's sake alone. These are precious in my sight and carry a significance that stretches beyond what you see. Take heart when results do not come quickly. My timing fashions outcomes more lasting than what seems possible by human effort. If doubt lingers, hear my voice drawing near now. You are not alone when discouragement thickens or when clarity slips from your grasp. I am here to strengthen your resolve, to steady your shaking hands, to remind you that you are held for the long journey. When fear of the future presses close, let my promises be your solid ground. I have led you through before. I will do it again. There is nothing too complex for my wisdom, no sorrow too deep for my comfort to reach. You need only invite me into the fullness of your moment, confusion, gratitude, longing and all, and I will answer. Today, even as you consider all that remains unfinished, I urge you to rest in my patience. Resist the urge to measure your worth by progress made or by the pace others manage. My love is constant, unshaken by setbacks or detours. In my eyes, every step you take, however small, is sacred. Let this assurance be the foundation of your efforts, freeing you from harsh self-judgment, stirring instead a quiet delight in your journey with me. Let this day unfold without striving to control each outcome. Allow my peace to accompany you in each conversation, each task, each uncertain turn. My blessing does not wait for you to get it all right. It is present now, soft as light after a storm. If heaviness settles on your shoulders, pause and draw in a slow breath, imagining my hand on your back, gentle and unwavering. I am with you for this moment, and the ones still to come, guiding, shielding, renewing what felt spent and tired. The future is not your enemy, for I walk just ahead, preparing goodness you have yet to see. There is a quickening in your soul, a stirring that is not random. I am the one awakening this deep hunger within you. Each step you have taken through pain, through loss, through uncertainty, none of it was wasted. You have been asking why it needed to hurt so much, why the night stretched so long. Hear me. The oil of endurance is pressed from the olives of adversity. You are stronger now, not despite what happened, but because of how I have held you through it. My beloved child, the very tears you shed in secret have watered the soil where new life is breaking through. I see the way a part of you still doubts, wondering if real change is even possible. Let each throb of ache remind you that you are alive, still chosen, still marked for purpose. Sometimes the sign you're seeking is the ache itself, a holy dissatisfaction with old patterns that no longer fit your new identity. Listen closely, for I am not speaking to who you were, but to who you are becoming. Your surrender was never weakness. Every time you yielded, every moment you let go of what clung clung too tightly. My spirit rushed in to fill the hollow places. There is a gentleness to my presence here. Pause. Notice your breath, the pace of your heartbeat in my hands. This is what intimacy feels like. Not fireworks that fade, but the steady warmth of constancy, the hum of unbreakable connection. Breathe in. Recognize the shift happening within you. Fear's grip is weakening. Joy is not just returning, but growing roots. Where you once questioned your worth, now a new truth is rising. I call you enough. I call you beloved. I call you redeemed. Let's face the doubts together. That voice in your mind that says, "Am I really different?" has been a persistent companion, but I am breaking its hold. You are seeing yourself with clearer eyes now, no longer at the mercy of shame's distorted mirror. Every time you choose to trust me above your feelings, you chip away at the prison built by lies. You are not defined by your failures, nor are you counted out because of what you lack. I do not dwell on your mistakes. I celebrate your return, each and every time you come closer. So brush off the dust of regret. Lift your head, you are mine. Your past bows to my mercy. There is a subtle but unmistakable anticipation for what lies ahead. My promise is that transformation is not a single event, but a continual unveiling. Today, as you move through your ordinary rhythms, expect my nearness to interrupt your routine. You may feel it as a sudden sense of peace in the chaos, a gentle nudge towards new compassion, or an unexpected moment of courage to speak truth. When you notice it, you'll know it's me, because your spirit will sigh with relief. I am renewing your mind, one encounter after another. Let your heart be receptive, for I am revealing secrets in the silence between your thoughts. Watch as the old labels fall away. You have been called anxious, rejected, overlooked, but I am renaming you in this very season. Instead of anxiety, you inherit peace that transcends circumstances. Where you felt rejected, you are now wrapped in favor. What seemed like endless waiting is now turning into accelerated growth. I am shifting things inside you first, for only rooted trees can bear lasting fruit. You are stepping into fullness, not as a stranger, but as a rightful heir. My delight in you is not based on performance, but on your willingness to be known and loved. Pause with me now. Place your hand over your heart, and let my voice settle into those wounds that still ache. You don't have to pretend for me. I cherish your honesty, because it's there in the unguarded places that I do my best healing. Feel that softening in your chest? That's my presence, undoing years of striving. Breathe and let gratitude well up, not for the pain itself, but for the newness being forged from its ashes. Declare aloud, I am chosen, I am safe, I am being remade. My child, there is a world beyond fear. Your sense of anticipation is no accident. I am awakening you for a reason. Soon, you will notice people drawn to the light. I am rekindling in you. They will ask what changed, and in that moment, your story will become the invitation for others to come home. The restoration working within you is the very spark that catalyzes transformation around you. You will become a carrier of hope, radiating what I have given, never running empty. Your scarred places will be reference points of resurrection, not reminders of defeat. Trust this, I do my finest work in surrendered vessels. If you are wrestling with the thought that you are still lacking, let me clarify your perspective. What you perceive as limitation is raw material for my glory. I love using unlikely people to accomplish impossible things, so that all can see it was never human strength at work, but divine mercy. The breakthrough you crave is not found in striving harder, but in yielding deeper. Rest in my sufficiency. Open your hands. Let go of the need to control outcomes. You are safest in surrender, strongest in weakness made holy by my touch. Do you feel the stirring now? That gentle restlessness is the signal that your season is shifting. I am not only restoring what was lost, but giving you new assignments, new relationships, new layers of vision. Don't be surprised if you wake tomorrow with ideas you've never considered, solutions that arrive like sudden sunlight after long cloud. You'll know it's me because joy will come with the clarity, an irrepressible hope that cannot be explained by logic alone. Anticipate connections with individuals whose stories will echo yours. They too are longing for the freedom you now carry. Thousands have walked this path before you, yet none have carried your particular flame, your unique blend of scars and victories. You are a living testimony, a signpost that points to my relentless goodness. The lies that tried to take root, too damaged, too late, too unworthy, have already begun to wither. Speak this truth when accusation comes. I am beloved, not abandoned. My destiny is unfolding even now. Watch as every setback is repurposed, every delay made meaningful in my perfect timing. This is not the end of your transformation. It is the threshold of new adventure. The ache that once signaled emptiness now pulses with expectancy. I am lifting the heaviness from your spirit. Hope is being resurrected, bold and wild. You are no longer bound by disappointment. Today, rise and walk in the radiant assurance that you are my precious child. Built for such a time as this, there is more to see. There is so much more for you to become. And I will delight to show you, one miracle at a time. You have learned to quiet your soul even as storms gather in the distance. The world still shouts in your senses with deadlines, with the worries for those you love, with the need to stay ahead of what tomorrow might bring. But here, in this pause we share, my voice sinks deeper into your heart, reminding you that my presence is not a fleeting comfort, but a steady shelter. My nearness is not dependent on your mood, nor is my love shaken by restlessness or doubt. As you listen, let the hush of my peace meet every place within you that has grown weary from holding on too tightly. So often you are tempted to think you must earn my delight by meeting all expectations, by crossing invisible lines of performance or righteousness. Yet I take joy in your simple turning toward me, even in the smallest, most awkward efforts. My pleasure is not ignited by your perfection, but by your honest seeking. When you stumble, I see the courage it takes to rise again, and I breathe new strength into your next step. Keep bringing me your fragile hope. I wrap it in compassion, fashioning it into quiet resilience. The path you travel winds through shadow and sun, never predictable, sometimes more narrow than you anticipated. There are days when you hunger for reassurance that you have not missed your calling or drifted from your purpose. In such times, listen for my subtle reminders. A conversation that softens you, the laughter of someone you love, a hint of beauty where you least expect. These are not coincidences, but signs of my hand at work, nourishing the seeds of destiny I've sown within you. When your heart aches for answers, I offer instead my companionship. I understand your longing for resolution, for clarity, for a sense that each question will soon find an easy reply. But greater than answers is the gift of my nearness, the anchor within you, the gentle hand on your shoulder, the assurance that your story is safe with me. As you let go of the frantic urge to solve everything yourself, you gain the deep comfort of knowing I have already walked ahead into your unknown. I see how you have grown braver with each surrender, even if you doubt your own progress. In the quiet places of your heart, where few have access, you have built a trust in me that endures beyond feelings or circumstance. Each time you choose gratitude instead of resentment, each time you offer a word of hope to someone else, you are moving more fully into the freedom I promised. Your smallest acts of faith are precious to me. None are wasted, none unseen. Do not despise the days that seem uneventful, for I am working in the background of your ordinary routines, preparing you for chapters not yet revealed, the prayers you whispered when no one could hear, the tears you hid so no one would worry. These I have gathered with care. I am fashioning every disappointment, every delay, every shattered hope into soil from which new life will spring. My timing remains perfect, never rushed by urgency, never slowed by fear. Trust that what I have started in you, I am tending even now. Beloved, notice how my light continues to find you, no matter where you wander. Sometimes it glimmers as the comfort of a friend, sometimes as the courage to rest when others keep striving. In your quiet moments, recall how many times hope returned, just when you were sure it had vanished. These are the gentle proofs of my devotion, the steady signals that your journey is watched over, your heart known. As you breathe deeply and let these moments settle within you, feel my reassurance well up again, the promise that you are never forgotten, never lost. If you wonder how much longer you must wait for breakthrough, hear me reminding you that nothing is wasted in my process. Every delay is a chance for deeper surrender, every closed door an invitation to trust. When your patience wears thin, I sustain you with a peace that does not depend on outcomes. When you fix your eyes on me instead of your timeline, you open yourself to surprises meant just for you. Unexpected kindness, sudden clarity, a serenity that rises despite all odds. This is the richness of my presence. Possibilities always unfolding, even when you cannot see what grows below the surface. Hold to this. The design of your days is not haphazard. You are not wandering unguided or overlooked. The same eyes that watched over you in childhood, that caught every silent plea, remain ever attentive. I have not grown weary of your questions or your hunger for meaning. Every honest longing is a prayer I respond to with wisdom, even if the answers come softly or slowly. As you journey onward, know that my shelter is always open, my embrace ready, my guidance tenderly certain. There is a silence settling around you now, not the absence of sound, but the arrival of an ancient peace that hushes everything that once clamored for your attention. Breathe. Inhale slowly, letting each breath carry in the assurance that I am closer than you've ever imagined. My beloved, all you have walked through, every hidden ache and every whispered hope, has led to this moment of sacred nearness. You have become sensitive to the smallest movement of my spirit, the gentle nudge, the softening within when the world would rather harden you. Feel that expansion in your chest, the ache that is met by presence, not by answers. That is the evidence that you have been changed in this journey. You have wrestled with shadows and questioned who you are beneath the masks others handed you. I saw every struggle in the night, every wave of fear that threatened to define you. There were moments you picked up the old shame again, wondering if I had forgotten the promises I whispered to you when you were too young to understand. But hear me, nothing about your story goes unnoticed. I have issued a verdict over your life, chosen, not discarded, anointed, not abandoned, restored, not ruined. Let these words echo in every silent room inside you. You belong here. Your breath is a miracle still unfolding. In these final movements, you may sense a tightening, as if pressure itself wants to convince you that breakthrough cannot come. But pressure is the final proof of newness on the verge. Like a seed beneath the earth, you were never buried to be forgotten. You are being prepared for an eruption of life that will surprise even you. Do not despise these contractions of the spirit. Joy emerges where resistance has done its deepest work. You may not trace every reason for the pain, but I assure you none of it is wasted. The hardest struggles are becoming the brightest places of revelation. This is me, realigning your sight, so you finally see with my eyes. Let your heart return once more to innocence, not naivety, but the courage to believe again. I want you to step forward unarmored, unafraid, for I am shielding you with my presence. There is no more need to posture or pretend. Here you are free to laugh, to cry, to hope wildly, to risk loving again without the certainty of safe outcomes. I am not calling you into safety as the world defines it. I am inviting you into security rooted in my unshakable care. Even now you may feel warmth stealing across your shoulders, or a release where tension once ruled. That is my spirit brooding over the waters of your life, whispering, "Peace, be still." When anxiety tries to resurface, notice how quickly my nearness brings calm if you will only pause and remember. Breathe again. Place your hand on your heart and remember what is most true. You are mine, utterly, irrevocably, eternally. Say it aloud if you need to. Let your own voice align with mine, so that every lie is sent into exile. The old labels cannot stick to one who has been marked by redemption. Doubt may try to clutch at your certainty, but you are learning to recognize its voice and silence it with truth. You do not have to do this alone. I am training your senses to discern what is real and holy. You will begin to see your journey as more than survival. What once seemed random now reveals patterns of preparation. Past wounds become the birthplaces of your greatest authority. There is nothing wasted, not a single tear, not one sigh, not one hope deferred. All of it is being redeemed in the light of my love. The future before you is not a vague promise, but a radiant beckoning. You have permission to expect resurrection where there was only loss. My power is magnified in your yielded places, those tender areas you once tried to hide. Watch what I do with the broken pieces. Beauty and strength are emerging. Today you will sense an unusual clarity as you move through your routines. You may not notice it at first, but suddenly a conversation or a simple task will be infused with peace you cannot explain. That moment is a sign that I am confirming my word to you. You'll know it is me because the heaviness will lift, and you will instinctively pause in awe. Carry this certainty forward. I do not tease my children with empty hope. I fulfill what I begin. Your obedience and your surrender are the fertile soil for acceleration. There is a commissioning stirring within your spirit. I am calling forth a new boldness, not brashness, but the unstoppable courage of the loved and secure. Your story will release freedom for others. The very areas you thought disqualified you are now your credentials to lead and comfort those wandering in the dark. You are not simply a survivor. You are the evidence that my grace transforms everything it touches. This movement is bigger than you, yet entirely about you, because you are my joy. Your steps will blaze new trails for others to follow, and your words, once frail, will be saturated with the authority of encounter. You may not know who will be healed by your transparency, or how your quiet lifting of another's burden will ripple outward. But trust me, there is a holy conspiracy unfolding. I am weaving your life into a chorus of deliverance, one that echoes across generations. Pause now. Feel the weight of my pleasure over you. Surrender the need for perfection. Receive instead the gift of being deeply known, fully loved, and endlessly pursued. Let gratitude bubble up, a gratitude not for what is yet to come, but for the presence that will never leave you, not for a moment. Beloved, know that I am here, attentive to every unspoken hope, every worry that glimmers just beneath your calm exterior. Even now, my presence surrounds you more completely than the air filling your lungs. Pause for a breath and notice how, in this sacred pause, you are not alone. My hand gently rests upon your shoulder, steadying you to receive the fullness of what I have to say. You may have woken with a heaviness, feeling old anxieties threading their way back into your thoughts at the break of day. The tasks and troubles you remember from yesterday may have crept in before sunlight filtered through your window. Perhaps you reached for your phone, looking for comfort or distraction, only to find your mind racing with what ifs and not enoughs. Hear me now, dear one. You are not required to face this day in your own strength. I am the one who greets you with compassion even before you open your eyes, who offers new mercies each morning without measure or condition. Do not think your worries are too small for my attention, nor your dreams too grand for my plans. There is no corner of your soul hidden from me, no longing so faint that I fail to notice. I urge you, in these first moments, to allow my voice to anchor you before anything else begins to shape your day. Feel the quiet room around you, a silence that is not emptiness, but a gentle echo of my care enveloping you. Each sigh, every trembling question, has already been seen and received by the one who created you in love. Let go, just for this moment, of the expectation to have it all figured out. My ways are not burdensome. My wisdom is peace. I do not demand perfection from you, only your willingness to come near, even as doubts tug at your mind. Doubts about your worth, about your future, about whether I will come through. I urge you to hand them over to me. Place your fears like stones into my open hand, knowing I am strong enough to carry them, tender enough to understand. Daily life can appear as a narrow path, bordered by uncertainty and the shifting sands of change. Sometimes the road you hoped would run smooth becomes uncertain, filled with sudden turns or unforeseen barriers. My child, I am not far from you when the way is unclear. I am the quiet guide who walks beside you, illuminating the next step, even when you cannot see the entire journey. When you feel stuck between longing for more and fearing disappointment, rest assured that I am moving with you, not just ahead of you. If you have grown accustomed to striving, working tirelessly to secure the approval or affection of others, I invite you to lay down that exhausting burden. My love for you is not earned or withdrawn based on what you do. It is steadfast, unchanging, and as real now as when you first encountered it. Bring me your exhaustion, your striving, your hidden disappointments. In this very hour, I am offering you a place of rest, a deep, honest rest that breathes new life into tired bones. There may be voices inside and out that say you will never break free from old patterns, that the cycle of anxiety or self-doubt will always have the final word. Yet, my word is always stronger. When shame whispers you are not enough, let my assurance rise louder, that you are chosen, cherished, and securely held. Whenever you are tempted to believe otherwise, come back into this space where you are fully known and never pushed away. Perhaps you wish for clarity, for guarantees about what lies ahead, for yourself, for your family, for the dreams that flicker uncertainly at the edge of your faith. You wonder when relief or change will finally come, or whether you are worthy of hope at all. I am present not just at the finish lines, but in each uncertain step. Take in a slow breath now. Allow gratitude, however faint, to break through. Let your heart acknowledge one small glimmer of good, even if it is only the steady pulse of life within you. This morning, I am not demanding you leap forward or solve every challenge in an instant. I am inviting you to notice my nearness, to let simple trust take root again, even if you feel distant. My embrace is never withheld. I understand your doubts and will not scold you for them. I offer steady guidance instead, a light that softens the harshness of worry and brings warmth to chilly fears. As sunlight reaches into every shadowed corner, so my care reaches into places of your heart you seldom show to others. If you struggle to surrender control of what matters most, know that surrender is not a sign of weakness, but the beginning of true peace. Surrender is simply making room for me to move, for my wisdom and timing to chart the way where your striving cannot. I ask only that you yield what you cannot bear to my keeping, your plans, your hurts, your questions. Start with a whisper if that's all you have, and trust that I treasure even your smallest gesture of faith. My promises are not fragile. They do not teeter based on circumstance. My goodness is not lessened by delay or disappointment. When you feel anxious about outcomes, bring your focus back to the truth of my presence in the present. Breathe, dear one. Let the tension in your body loosen. Let my peace begin to gather at the edges of your awareness. I am not measuring your faith by its intensity, but embracing you with patience as you risk trusting me again, even here, even now. The outcome you long for may not look exactly as you imagine, but I promise you this, I will never forsake you. The favor you seek is not merely a distant hope, but the mark of my company. In every trial and blessing, my provision may come quietly, a conversation that brings relief, a new sense of purpose, comfort that arrives in the stillness. I am not a silent observer, but an active comforter, gently reworking the anxieties you bring me into a deeper assurance, rooted not in outcomes, but in relationship. Stay here a little longer, my beloved. Allow yourself to rest in this invitation. There is more I wish to say to you, so much more I delight to reveal. If you are willing to keep listening, not to every fearful thought, but to this quiet voice that is for you now and always. When you ease into this day with your first breath, know that I am here, attentive to the atmosphere of your heart. The heaviness that sometimes meets you before your eyes fully open is not hidden from me. I understand the shadows that linger from yesterday's worries and the apprehension that tries to settle as you consider all that lies ahead. Even now, my presence hovers gently around you, a quiet shelter for your soul. I invite you to let the morning air fill your lungs as a reminder that each moment, even this quiet one, is a gift formed with loving intention. You do not enter the unknown alone. My hand remains steady beside you, guiding your every uncertain step. There are days, beloved, when fear can disguise itself as careful preparation. Your mind circles around what-ifs, constructing obstacles that have no place in the story I am telling with you. Take notice as your heart races over details not yet real, choices not yet required. In this waking hour, allow yourself the grace to simply be a soul attended by love, not a servant to fear's demands. I have not called you to be driven by anxiety, but to walk in assurance that I am strong where you feel most uncertain. Trust this quiet confidence unfolding within. It is my voice, settling restless waters behind your ribs. Sometimes you wonder if I truly see the new beginnings you long for, the restoration of joy, the mending of fractured hopes, the returning warmth in relationships once faded. Yes, little one, I rejoice in the very desires you scarcely dare to name. I know the gentle ache that visits you when everything outward appears unchanged. Even in stillness, I am working beneath the surface, nurturing hidden seeds that will one day press through with bright new life. You are not overlooked in the world's swirl of needs. In my gaze, you are precious. Your dreams matter deeply to me. Pause, if you will, and bring to mind one burden you carry. Let your imagination trace its weight, its shape, the way it makes your shoulders tense. I do not turn from your struggle or ask you to silence your questions. Instead, I invite you to lay what troubles you at my feet, as a weary traveler places down a heavy pack. Let my kindness surprise you, for I am not impatient with your recurring doubts. Rather, I cherish every honest prayer, even those whispered in frustration or fatigue. You are safe to bring your raw heart before me. There is nothing you must tidy in order to be heard. My guidance seldom shouts, yet it is unmistakable for any who wait. Sometimes clarity arrives like soft morning light spreading over your doubts, making obstacles less fearsome and revealing footholds you could not see in the dark. At other times, I come as a quiet nudge, a sudden peace washing over your chaos. Do not measure my presence by noise or dramatic change. Even within stretches of silence, I am near, aligning circumstances and souls for your good. There is wisdom to be gathered in these quieter hours, lessons drawn out by patience, not pressure. Breathe with me for a moment. Let your awareness settle in the space where my peace begins. Can you sense the care that enfolds you here, like water flowing steadily over parched earth? My love softens hardness and coaxes hope from weary ground. Do not rush away from these pauses. They hold more healing than you can yet grasp. I am the gentle hand at your back when you stand uncertain, and the courage in your bones when it is time to move forward. In every small surrender, even the briefest exhale of trust, I am honored. When interruptions disrupt your careful plans, remember I am not startled. The obstacles you encounter are not evidence of my absence or displeasure. Rather, in every delay, I am extending an invitation to rely on me more wholly. Sometimes the path bends away from what you expected, but no detour can remove you from my purposes. I guide not only through open doors, but also by closing those that would draw you far from what is good and true for you. What seems denied is often my gentlest protection. I see how easily you measure your worth by today's productivity or other people's approval. Yet what I cherish most about you is not what you achieve, but the humble gladness that grows whenever you remember who you truly are, cherished, chosen, and entirely sufficient in my love. Release the urge to prove yourself, even for a single hour. Let your identity anchor itself in my unwavering regard. My delight in you is not shaken by circumstances. It is rooted in eternity, unaffected by the rise and fall of your moods or the shifting opinions of this world. Perhaps today, you are called to serve quietly, your kindness unnoticed by any but me. Remember, the most sacred acts are often those that pass unseen. Gentle words spoken, forgiveness extended, a listening ear offered when laughter hides another's sorrow. I reward not with fleeting applause, but everlasting peace that settles deep and true. Invite my strength into these moments. Allow my compassion to flow through your hands. Each act of love, no matter how small, is precious seed sown in the soil of my kingdom. You wonder sometimes if your prayers make any difference. When answers seem slow or silence weighs heavy, resist the temptation to believe that I have turned away. Every longing, every sigh, every tear has found its way to me. I am not distant. I gather your every word, storing them as treasures close to my heart. There are mysteries in the way I respond. Delays that are not denials, silence that prepares you for blessing larger than what you know how to ask for. Trust that in the waiting, I am refining your desires and expanding your capacity for joy. As you move through this day, pause often to notice my nearness. Gone is the need to strive for what is already being provided. My love is not a reward for perfect performance, but an ever-flowing stream, refreshing and sustaining you as you go. Lean into this truth whenever anxiety resurfaces, and let it be the steady ground beneath your feet. You have never been expected to walk alone. I am the companion beside you. The strength when you falter, the laughter in your gladness, and the rest for your weary soul. My dear child, I see the way your thoughts run ahead of you, filling your mind with possibilities that grow heavy and tangled. Sometimes you respond to life as though everything depends on your next move, as if your worth is proven only by perfect timing or flawless decisions. But in the quiet places, take a moment to sense my nearness, like the gentle hush before dawn, where the world holds its breath just for you. I am with you, not just observing from afar, but moving alongside you, present in the small details of your day. My hand rests upon your shoulder in unseen ways, steadying you in the face of the unknown. Let yourself breathe deeply, feeling the air pass through you and settle your spirit. When you pause to notice the warmth of sunlight through your window, or the calm that comes with a simple breath, know that these are invitations for your soul to rest in me. I do not ask you to outrun your fears or carry impossible burdens. Instead, I am teaching you to lay each concern before me, to surrender what you cannot control, so that I may give you peace that cannot be shaken by circumstances. You might wonder if relief is possible, if you are allowed to unclench your grasp from the worries you carry. Perhaps you think that letting go is the same as carelessness, or that if you are not careful, things will slip away. Let me assure you, surrender is not weakness in my presence. It is your heart recognizing that my strength is made perfect when you allow yourself to be held, not when you exhaust yourself trying to hold everything together. That relief you long for comes quietly, often in the moments you finally admit your need for my help. Do not fear your limitations. Let them draw you nearer to me, not into shame or self-doubt. Each new morning you wake is a fresh beginning, saturated with possibilities shaped by my love for you. Imagine your first conscious thought as arising from the river of my grace, washing away yesterday's regrets. I make room for you in each moment. Even the routine, your feet touching the floor, water splashing on your hands, the familiar scent of breakfast can be reminders of my care. In these small anchors, notice how I provide for you in ways both visible and unseen. Though you may not recognize every gift, I celebrate every moment you look for my fingerprints in your life. Allow gratitude to rise as a gentle breath, not as a duty, but as a doorway. The more you recognize my faithfulness, the more you anchor yourself in a sense of safety amid uncertainty. Thankfulness is not about denying pain or difficulty. It roots you in the truth that my goodness walks with you in joy and sorrow alike. Bring to mind one thing that brings you comfort, even the smallest kindness. Name it before me, and let a silent smile settle within. This is how your heart learns to dwell in hope, even when storms gather. There are moments when you reach for control out of fear that I am distant or will overlook you. Know this, you are never overlooked. In the quiet watches of the night, in rooms where no one speaks your name but me, I see you. My eyes never turn away, not for a single heartbeat. If you feel forgotten by others, or if your efforts go unrecognized where you long to be affirmed, let me fill that ache. Your value is not diminished by the silence of people, nor the slow unfolding of dreams. You may ask why certain doors remain closed, why opportunities seem delayed, or prayers appear unanswered. In these places of waiting, your trust deepens. Consider a seed buried in the soil. Nothing of its growth can be seen, yet within darkness a quiet miracle is taking place. So it is with dreams that have not yet surfaced, with desires that stir in the hidden rooms of your heart. I am tending to what you cannot yet see, nurturing you for blessings that require patience to bloom. Let me hold your unanswered questions and breathe patience into your longing. Fear often whispers that you must go it alone, that your fight is yours alone to win. That is not how I have made you. My arms form a circle of refuge around you. My presence your sure shelter. Whenever you sense panic rising or heaviness pressing upon your chest, turn your gaze back to me. Imagine my voice speaking softly into your worry, anchoring you again and again. There is a steadiness found in placing your confidence, not in your circumstances, but in my lasting affection for you. By letting yourself rest in me, truly rest, with all of your unfinished tasks and open questions, I am nurturing your heart for greater things. The peace you seek is not the absence of struggle, but the quiet assurance that I am enough for every need, every challenge. I understand the ache for certainty. I know the fatigue that comes from wrestling with what you cannot change. Each time you come to me in simple honesty, when you admit that you are tired, lonely, or unsure, I delight in receiving you as you are, not as you wish you could be. Let your identity be founded in my love, not in performance, approval, or fleeting praise. You are precious, not because of what you possess or accomplish, but because you are mine. Even as you walk through uncertainty or face criticism, you are carrying the radiance of my joy within you. That joy is not extinguished by failure or delay. It is renewed each time you return to me, trusting that you are safe and deeply cared for. So, beloved, when anxiety tries to pull you away from peace, when doubts circle and questions multiply, when old stories of shame or fear threaten to define you, invite me into the center of it all. Breathe again, knowing that I am nearer than your next heartbeat, closer than your racing thoughts. In me, your future is not something to be feared, for I hold you securely today and will not forsake you tomorrow. Rest, for I rejoice over your desire to trust me, even when you feel uncertain. You have come farther than you realize, and yet you feel the weight of questions pressing in. Am I moving fast enough? Is my heart ready for what I sense is coming? The ache for transformation thrums beneath your skin, sometimes disguised as impatience, sometimes as fear of falling short. Let me hold these doubts with you, because I am not surprised by what surfaces in these in-between places. My gaze does not flicker when you hesitate. I remain steady, unshaken, closer than your next breath. Even as concern ripples through your chest, I am whispering that you are being reshaped for wonders yet to reveal themselves. Pause now, lay your hand over your heart, and notice the rhythm, my life flowing through yours. My beloved, I have seen every attempt you've made to grow, to heal, to rise. Not one movement toward goodness, not one brave, vulnerable cry is wasted with me. I honor the quiet victories you think no one notices, the small choices for truth even when storms batter your resolve. Listen, a shift has already begun inside the soil of your story. There are seeds coming alive in darkness, even while you worry things are stagnant. The process may feel hidden, but in the unseen, I am enlarging your capacity to love and to carry hope. Soon, you'll sense a new strength unfurling, the kind that stays standing when the wind tries to bend you. This is what I mean when I say I make all things new, beginning within, beyond the reach of disappointment. You surrendered old narratives, the internal dialogues that convinced you that not enough and too broken were your portion. I watched you courageously loosen your grip on shame's familiar voice, even when uncertainty made you tremble. That was an act of defiance against darkness, a response to my invitation for you to walk as chosen, as one set apart. Sometimes, the enemy echoes past failures, hoping to drag you back, to keep you knotted up in regret. But I interrupt those assaults with truth. You are not who you were. Stop. Let that settle. Breathe in the freedom of your true identity. I have renamed you, called you by a name written in love. The old has no claim unless you agree with its echoes. Let my voice thunder louder than memories that once wounded you. There's a temptation now to protect yourself, to withdraw into safety, rather than risk disappointment again. I acknowledge how you scan the horizon, bracing for another letdown, wondering if hope is a dangerous companion. I see the tension, your desire for breakthrough warring with the instinct to guard your heart. I am here in that tension, not impatient, not rushing your process. What if waiting is not punishment, but preparation for glory beyond your imagination? Let your guard rest for a moment. Feel my presence as shelter around you, unyielding, unwavering. My faithfulness does not depend on your perfection, only your willingness to trust me again. Soon, you will discover what lies on the other side of surrender, a peace that anchors you regardless of circumstances. Feel the sensation of air filling your lungs. Inhale slowly. I am infusing you with resilience for all that's ahead. There's no shame in needing my strength. In fact, my power shines brightest where you admit your weakness. The world teaches you to muscle through alone, to pretend you're unbreakable. But my way is different. I heal as you yield. I lavish grace where you grant me access, performing surgery on weary souls, sowing courage into scars. Watch closely over the coming days. You'll recognize my handiwork in the moments you least expect. Within 72 hours, someone's words will lift the heaviness you've carried, and you'll sense unmistakably that I orchestrated their arrival. You'll know it's me, because relief will flood a part of your heart you thought was unreachable. Even now, I am tending to relationships stressed by misunderstanding, knitting hearts back together where silence grew wide. That longing for reconciliation, lay it in my hands. I am the God who restores what division threatened to destroy. As you step out in humility and keep your posture soft, I'll work in the hidden places you cannot control. Release the outcome to me. Do you feel a trembling in your spirit as I speak? That's hope reviving, stretching limbs that grew cold in waiting. You are not alone in wanting restoration. Many have walked this valley ahead of you and found it transformed into a place of joy. Dear one, sometimes you wonder if your voice truly matters in the great unfolding story around you. Let me obliterate that lie. Every word, every prayer, every act of kindness you sow ripples through realms you cannot see. I have placed a unique imprint within you. Your compassion, your wisdom, your struggles, even your laughter are essential. Do not measure your significance by applause or visible impact. I, the one who shaped galaxies, delight in your offering no matter its size. Breathe. Place your doubts in my keeping. The best chapters require patience, but nothing I have promised will ever be lost on its way to you. You are not invisible to me. I have counted every tear, recorded every ache, treasured every hope you voiced in the solitude of night. Sometimes you feel the sting of being overlooked, even by those who love you best. That sorrow is real. I validate your experience. But let me show you a deeper dimension of belonging, an embrace where you are always known. Even now, as you listen, I am wrapping reassurance around the aching places. You are not a bystander to destiny. I call you my own, chosen and marked for purpose that will outlast any shadow of rejection. Soon you will glimpse the beginnings of restoration, the first green shoots of joy breaking ground in the places sorrow once made its home. If doubts start clouding your vision again, if resistance whispers that this is too good, too slow, or too impossible, pause and breathe. I am the God who never grows tired, who never stops pursuing. Right now, you may feel your heartbeat quicken as faith shakes loose the dust of disappointment. That's my spirit awakening hope, nudging you to dream again. There is nothing wasted about your process. Even your frustrations serve as fuel for transformation. I am not finished. In fact, the story is only beginning to accelerate. There's more just ahead that requires you fully alive, fully open. I have not forgotten the secret desires you struggle to articulate, the places where you hardly dare hope for change. Trust that I am working, even while answers seem delayed. My timing is precision, measured not by impatience, but by love that prepares you fully for what is to come. Let go of the frantic striving for control. You were never meant to map every turn, only to follow the light I set before your next step. As you surrender striving, relief will wash over you like gentle rain. That comfort swelling in your chest right now, let it settle. I am sending wise guidance in unexpected conversations. Pay attention to the kindness that feels tailor-made for your need. This moment is sacred. Feel the stillness, my presence entering the room, cradling your vulnerability. What you release, I redeem. What you surrender, I multiply. Even in silence, I am speaking resurrection over every dormant dream. Stay open. More is moving beneath the surface than you can comprehend. The best is not behind you, nor is what you've lost the sum of your story. I am the author, and I am not finished yet. Let anticipation rise. I am preparing to surprise you with goodness that leaves you breathless. Every moment you have questioned your significance. I have been present, whispering value over your existence. What if the measure of your worth was never tied to achievement or accolades, but anchored in my unchanging delight in you? I do not look at the surface the world obsesses over. I see the movements of your soul, the gentle rise of hope, the ache you try to hide, every silent longing you think goes unnoticed. Even as you worry about falling short or missing out, my gaze remains fixed on you, not with disappointment, but with deep affection. Pause here and let that truth settle. Your story is precious to me, even the chapters you wish you could skip. So many carry the weight of unspoken wounds, fearing they are too much or not enough. But you, beloved, are chosen for this very moment. Breathe and lay your hand on your heart. Feel each beat as evidence that my spirit sustains you. There is a readiness rising within you, an awakening to your giftings that once felt buried beneath comparison and discouragement. Old definitions of failure no longer serve you. I am breaking those chains one by one. There is a new clarity dawning, subtle but relentless, like sunlight pressing through darkness until shadows flee. Do not be surprised if you notice an unexpected surge of hope today, or if someone speaks words that echo prayers you whispered in secret. You will know it is me, for I always confirm what I plant inside you. Some will try to tell you that transformation is impossible, or that history cannot be redeemed. They will recall all the times you fell short, or demand you walk with shame sewn into your steps. But that is not my voice, and you know it. My word is restoration. My promise is newness. Stop replaying old accusations as if they still hold power over who you are becoming. Place all that disappointment into my hands, right now. In this stillness, there is a sweetness emerging from your surrender, like the scent of rain after drought. Listen, do you sense it, my beloved child? You have learned to survive by withholding, by guarding yourself from even me, fearing that my nearness would expose or disappoint. Hear me, I do not recoil from your rawness. Your tears are treasured. I linger at the threshold of every room you feel too broken for, not to judge, but to call forth life from ashes. The very places you tried hardest to hide are the ones I long to inhabit most, transforming wounds to wells of compassion. As you release control, as you trust me with the things you cannot fix or understand, my power is perfected in your weakness. The world says protect yourself. I say, let me be your shield. Right now, you may feel tension and unease that arises as I call you deeper. Part of you wonders if you are being asked for too much, or if surrender will be met with silence. That fear is understandable, born from disappointments and betrayals, the enemy designed to keep you tethered to old pain. But I have not brought you here to abandon you. My presence has always been your anchor, and I do not leave when storms come. In fact, your darkest moments have been the greatest invitations for my nearness. Rest in that. When you question if you are hearing right, if these words are truly meant for you, remember, I pursue you personally. Even now, I am affirming what you most deeply desire but scarcely dare to hope. You have felt isolated in your struggle, convinced no one else truly understands the depths you are navigating. Yet you walk among a hidden fellowship of souls who have risen from the same valleys, whose stories are witnesses to my faithfulness. You are not alone. Thousands have stood where you stand now, trembling on the edge of breakthrough, their sighs transformed into songs. It is not accidental that you hear this in this exact season. Your listening is itself a sign that you are ready for what I am about to release. Let anticipation arise, not fear. Your waiting has not been wasted. I am breathing new life into dormant dreams, resurrecting courage where you thought it had died. If part of you hesitates, feeling unworthy or underprepared for a fresh start, let me realign your perspective. My call is not based on perfection, but on my promise. Do not let the memory of yesterday's pain dictate the measure of today's possibilities. I am the one who redeems lost time and restores broken years. You are marked by my love. My seal on your heart is more permanent than any scar from your past. You will soon notice a gentle boldness growing, moments when fear's voice fades, and my assurance resounds in its place. The courage you seek is already within, placed there by my own hand. Even now, I am dismantling old lies that masqueraded as truth. You have believed you are too insignificant to matter, or too complicated to be healed. Those are the very roots I am uprooting, turning what was barren into fields of vision and purpose. Say aloud with me, I am chosen. I am not too far gone. My worth is spoken by the mouth of my Maker, not the judgments of my past. When resistance tries to rise, when old habits beckon you backwards, let my word become your interruption. Stop. Remember who calls you by name. Do you feel the shift? A settling in your spirit? A sense that something irreversible has started? That tightening in your chest is giving way to breath, holy, cleansing breath. This is transformation in motion, not just an idea, but an altered reality taking root here and now. Before this week ends, you will have a moment, unexpected, simple, yet weighty, where peace overtakes anxiety in a way you cannot explain. You will recognize it is my doing, my unique signature etched in relief. When it comes, pause and thank me. That gratitude multiplies strength. Beloved, you are crossing from surviving to abounding. The journey is not without its scrapes and detours, but I am weaving every detour into purpose. The pain you have endured is being repurposed into wisdom and empathy, the very tools you will soon use to comfort others walking behind you. I am not done with your story. I am only just beginning this chapter. There is more I want to reveal, deeper places of healing I am longing to touch. Will you let me take you further? There is still so much I am waiting to show you. Feel the gentle rhythm of your breath as you walk through this hour with me. In the stillness, I draw near, not only when you rise, but also when your day presses in from every side. My hand rests quietly upon your shoulder. Can you sense my nearness, even as worries begin to gather about the future, about those you love, about the fragile places in your heart? I am anchoring you in a peace deeper than you have known. You long to trust, yet you find your grip tightening when you see uncertainty ahead. Let these moments become a sacred pause, where your striving gives way to my calming presence. I am not far from you. I enter the midst of your busyness, inviting you to exhale and notice me. Some days you wonder if your prayers simply echo back to you unanswered, as if silence means neglect. But silence, my child, is not the absence of my love, nor the neglect of your cries. I am always listening, attentive to each whisper and sigh, the movement you long to see in your circumstances. Those open doors, that fresh hope, is not always measured by immediate change. Sometimes, what I am nurturing inside you is greater than what is shifting around you. My wisdom flourishes in the quiet places, forming resilience, patience, and courage within your soul. Do not despise the stillness or the waiting, for I am shaping you in unseen ways. Reach for me in small and ordinary moments, when the sun peeks through your window, or when you savor the gift of a meal. Let the ordinary become holy ground. Invite me, even with trembling words, to fill the empty spaces. There are gentle gifts hidden in your routine, a child's laughter, the warmth of morning light, the simple act of breathing deeply, that remind you I am present. Let gratitude surface, even if only for a heartbeat. Gratitude is a doorway. It unlocks your awareness to my goodness, softens your heart, and makes way for new joy to take root. You carry burdens for those you love, feeling responsible for their well-being and growth. This concern weighs upon you, and you wonder how much depends on your effort. Beloved, release that ache to me. You were never meant to be the savior of others. You are called to love, to pray, to walk alongside, but it is my power that restores, my love that transforms. Trust me with what you cannot control. As you loosen your hold, you allow me to shepherd those you cherish. Freedom is found not by working harder, but by laying down unnecessary weight and lifting your eyes to see who I am for you and for them. Sometimes you question your own strength, especially when you meet resistance or setbacks. You ask, what if I fall short? What if I am too weak for what lies ahead? I see the depths of your heart. I know where you struggle and where you doubt. Yet I call you by name and remind you, you are never alone. My strength is not measured by your perfection, but by my loyalty and care. Even when you think you have exhausted your resources, my well does not run dry. There will be moments when you sense my support in subtle ways, a sudden burst of clarity, unexpected encouragement, a peace that guards you from despair. Trust that in my timing, I supply exactly what you need for each step. The seeds you plant today, kind words, quiet acts of faithfulness, silent prayers, are not forgotten in my sight. Nothing offered with an open heart is wasted. You may not see growth immediately, but every good seed bears fruit in its season. When you feel unnoticed, or your efforts seem small, know that I honor your obedience. It warms my heart when you choose what is right, even when no one applauds. The world measures greatness by recognition. I measure it by love faithfully lived in moments unseen. Listen for my invitation in this very hour. I am not only the God of the extraordinary, but also the Lord of your ordinary. I move in boardrooms and kitchens, in classrooms and quiet bedrooms. Wherever you are, I am with you. The story I am writing with your life is more intricate, more beautiful than what you could design alone. I see how your longing for meaning shapes your every day. I see the private griefs you carry. Bring these to me, even if only as a whispered thought. I honor every genuine reach, every honest question, every broken hallelujah. Let your heart become soft to my shaping. You may resist, fearing change or clinging to what is familiar, but I am gentle with your soul. I am patient in your learning, ready to steady you when you stumble. When you find yourself unsure of what comes next or how to proceed, I simply ask you to remain open. Let your spirit become curious, willing to discover fresh wonders. You do not need to have the whole journey mapped out. You only need the next step illuminated by my light. Lean into me and find rest beneath my covering. Today, as you pause amid responsibilities, I ask you not for perfection, but for presence. Notice me as I draw close. If you feel isolated or misunderstood, know that I have gone ahead and prepared the way for you. I walk beside you into every unknown, holding what is precious and fragile in your life. My faithfulness extends beyond what you see or feel. Though storms may gather and questions may linger, my promise remains steadfast. You are known, you are seen, and you are loved beyond measure. Let this reality quiet your worries and awaken hope within you. Just as morning light presses gently through your window, so does my presence find you even in the thickest haze of your questioning. You may feel surrounded by shadows cast by past regrets or buried fears, unsure of which step to try next. But every sigh, every hope you dare to utter beneath your breath, draws me closer to your side than the very air you inhale. Do not measure your progress as the world would, counting milestones or visible outcomes. For I work quietly in the places you think are empty, cultivating courage, prompting trust, making a way where you cannot yet see the path. Let your thoughts rest here for a moment, right here, where you are held without judgment or rush. When anxieties stir before dawn, or when the mid-afternoon brings restlessness that will not yield to reason, remember that I cherish your honesty above your attempts to seem brave. You are not required to shoulder each day's burdens alone or keep pace with others who seem unfazed by the trials you face. You are mine, and your vulnerability is not a weakness, but an opening through which my strength can enter. It is in this place, raw, real, unguarded, that I bend down to meet you, reassuring you that my hand is never tired of reaching for yours, no matter how many times you let go. There's a gentle power that unfolds in every surrendered moment. When you pause, letting your shoulders fall and your heart speak, you invite me into the very situation that makes you tremble. I do not ask you to ignore your fears. I ask you to let me be greater than them. As the river carves its way through stone, persistence and softness combine, so does my love shape your days, gently but unrelenting in its purpose. Although you may not always notice the transformation, it is taking place, subtle as the slow warmth rising through a cold room at dawn. There are days when fatigue weighs on you more heavily than disappointment, when you feel detached from what you once hoped for, when motivation thins out like mist in the sun. In those times, do not be ashamed to come to me empty-handed, to admit you do not know what to pray, only that you long for relief. Let your honesty be the door you open, and I will enter quietly, bringing rest to your soul where striving cannot. My love asks no performance of you, no elaborate words, only that you remain willing to let me be your comfort and your first support. Sometimes the ache of unanswered longing follows you, a silent companion through the hours. You wonder if I notice, if the dreams I placed in the hidden corners of your heart will amount to anything, or simply fade into yesterday. Listen, beloved, nothing I plant within you is forgotten. Even your whispered prayers in the depths of solitude, even your silent hopes are known to me. I delight in walking with you through seasons of waiting, for it is in this sacred patience that roots grow deep and your spirit becomes tenacious, supple, prepared for eventual flourishing. If you feel unseen or overlooked in the busyness of those around you, know that my gaze never wavers from you. I am attentive to each quiet act of kindness, every faltering attempt at forgiveness. Each time you speak gentle truth when harshness would come easily, trust that what feels insignificant in your eyes is of immeasurable worth in mine. Do not discount the weight of your presence, the steady devotion you offer to your family, the faithfulness with which you rise each day. These small, unseen offerings are seeds sown in trust, destined to yield more than you dare to expect. When you sense resistance, internal or external, to stepping into the next chapter. Sit with me in that place, rather than running from it. Lay your uncertainty before me like a question at the feet of a loving parent, and listen, I am not silent. My answers do not always come as thunder or spectacle, but as the quiet assurance that settles beneath your confusion. I may redirect your steps, invite you to rest instead of rush, or simply soothe you with my peace. Allow yourself to notice my urging, as steady as the rhythm of your breath, calling you forward without haste. Sometimes you look around and see others moving with confidence, doors opening for them, smiles exchanged, burdens that seem lighter. You may wonder if somehow you have missed your moment, if your season has passed you by, leaving you stuck while others flourish. Do not compare your journey to theirs. The timing I choose for you is crafted in love, designed with the fullness of your story in mind. I am not late nor early. My timing, though mysterious, is always intentional and blessed. Wait with me, and you will witness the beauty that rises out of patience and trust. If regret tempts you to relive old mistakes, remember that I have never defined you by your failures. Others might remember your missteps, and your own heart may replay them as warnings, but I see you as you are and as you are becoming. Nothing is wasted, not even the seasons of wandering or silence. There is redemption in your story, and I am always drawing you toward restoration. Whenever guilt or shame presses in, return to me. Let my forgiveness be the cool water that quiets your spirit and allows you to move forward with hope. Breathe deeply here, beloved. Feel the quiet grounding of my presence, the assurance that you do not walk alone. Let your spirit settle in this truth. You are supported, cherished, and actively guided, even when the way forward seems indistinct. This day, let your first instinct be to turn toward me. Trust that I am already at work, even now, restoring what was broken, mending what was frayed within you, preparing you for what comes next. Though you carry questions and longing, know that my faithfulness is the bedrock beneath your every step. Do you sense it now? The shift happening beneath the surface of your life. As surely as the morning breaks open the darkness, I am moving in places rarely seen by your natural eyes. The weight you have felt, the longing that still tugs at your chest, is not evidence of my absence, but the sign of my nearness, reshaping you into who you were always meant to become. My beloved, I have never stopped working in the depths of your spirit, not even for a breath. Each moment of silence, and each hesitation of your heart, has been met with my unyielding commitment, preparing you for things you once dreamed impossible. Can you feel your soul expanding to hold more of my presence? Do not resist this uncomfortable stretching, for it is the forerunner to release. There is so much you have yet to see about my nature and your own strength, so much that will come as you refuse to retreat into old ways of thinking. Right now, you may notice the residue of old fears trying to whisper their tired lies. They insist you are the same as you were, that your history holds you hostage, that cycles can never be broken. Yet I speak in a voice stronger than those echoes, declaring that you are severed from former chains. Take a deep breath, beloved. Place your hand over your heart and sense the steady pulse I have protected through every trial. This is the evidence that I am not only nearby, but inside you, manifesting courage where timidity once reigned. You are not defined by the lowest moments or the storms that raged around you. My restoration work is rewriting the story you tell yourself, and with every surrendered fear, you become more of who I designed you to be. I am setting you as a sign to those around you of what redemption looks like birthed in the furnace of pressure. Each day, as you awaken, feel how hope has begun to color your thoughts differently. No longer does dread get the last word. My spirit rises to greet you in simple moments, infusing the ordinary with hints of glory, what you once called insignificant. I am transforming into holy ground. There is an invitation before you to participate in your own awakening. Quiet yourself for just a few seconds. Let your next breath be slower, deeper. Sense my hands enfolding you. Words may fail you, tears may threaten, but these sensations point to a reality deeper than your doubts, a reality where I am both sovereign and intimately attentive. I never lose sight of you for a heartbeat. I know there are questions still forming in your mind. What does it mean to walk forward when the path seems tangled with uncertainty? Can restoration really touch the places most bruised by disappointment? In this moment, yes, even now, trust me enough to expect gentle answers in unexpected ways. You will find reassurance in voices you didn't anticipate. Receive encouragement at a time you had almost given up. Discover my faithfulness in your reflection when shame tries to resurface. Watch for the subtle confirmations, today or this week, that remind you that you haven't been forgotten. You'll know it's me because relief and peace will fill you in the middle of an otherwise normal day. Hold to that, my child. You are not journeying alone through this metamorphosis. There are others waking up all around you, trembling but brave, longing for the freedom you are tasting. Your willingness to say yes to the uncomfortable, to open your heart even with the remnants of past pain, is what sets the stage for more than your own healing. I am calling you to be a living testimony of breakthrough, so that when others cross your path, they cannot help but feel the atmosphere of hope clinging to you. This is no small thing. You are part of a movement that transcends language and culture, a movement of reclaimed daughters and sons who refuse to bow to despair. My presence in you becomes the invitation for others to return home. Within the hidden moments of your day, when anxiety or tormented thoughts try to grasp for your attention, remember you are shielded. Pause and recognize the quiet thrum of love sustaining you, even when waves rise. My peace is not an escape, but an anchor strong enough to hold you when every emotion surges. You are safe. Each decision you make toward belief, each time you release what you cannot control, opens new dimensions of my grace in your existence. The lightness you will experience, sometimes as a sudden exhale, sometimes as a slow unfurling, signals my spirit lifting burdens that were never yours to carry alone. Have you noticed the dreams returning? The passions you set aside slowly awakening once more? That is not nostalgia or wishful thinking. It is me breathing on dormant gifts and calling forth a future brighter than regret. No season is wasted, no gift too late to bloom. Even now, I am weaving your desires with my intentions, aligning what once felt scattered or lost. You do not have to force anything to happen. Rest in knowing that I orchestrate even your delays for a reason. Trust my timing, which is always perfect, for I am bringing beauty from every seemingly wasted moment. Let me remind you of who you are, chosen, beloved, marked by my own hands for such a time as this. The lies that say you are too damaged, too weary, too unprepared, are falling away. They never spoke with my authority. Every step of obedience, even the smallest, shifts reality around you. Don't belittle the power of small beginnings. Nothing surrendered to me is ever insignificant. Declare it out loud if you feel resistance. I am not who I was. I am being made new. There is authority in your agreement with my truth. I see your struggles, but I see even more your resilience. Think for a moment about the patterns you have noticed shifting within you. The urge to withdraw now gently replaced with curiosity for connection. Old envy beginning to dissolve into compassion. The hunger for validation refocused into quiet confidence, anchored in being known by me. These are not small victories. They are signals that what once ruled you no longer holds you captive. As surely as a river shapes the hardest stone over time, my love is softening what you considered immovable. Pause. Feel how even now, something internal is changing. Let yourself acknowledge this progress. You are not expected to have all the answers, nor must you journey alone. My arms are wide enough, my patience long enough, to walk with you through every valley, every question, every pause of uncertainty. I care more about your heart being real than your performance being perfect. Whenever you falter, whenever shame claws at your memory, let my voice override the noise. You are covered, you are held, you are precious. Every tear you shed has been counted and stored as sacred. Not one has fallen unnoticed. There is power in your story, even the pages you wish could be torn out. Trust me, nothing will be wasted. Soon, opportunities you stop pursuing will come alive in front of you. But more precious still, you will recognize your own reflection as worthy, redeemed, and chosen. This is not the end, dear one. I am still writing, bringing forth new movement, new courage, new intimacy with me. Are you ready to step more fully into this awakening? Because what you are becoming is answering the silent prayers of many. Let's move forward together. When you draw near to me, your heart begins to change in ways you can hardly understand. The weight of yesterday grows lighter as you spend real moments with me, in that quiet place where your questions have no words. I am already moving gently around you. I do not ask you to pretend or to silence your deepest longings. Instead, I invite you to let your soul stand open before me, unguarded and true. My steady gaze meets every hidden hope and fear without flinching. Nothing surprises me. Nothing drives me away. With me, you do not have to shrink back or build defenses. There are mornings when you may awaken to a sweeping sense of apprehension, unsure if you have strength enough for what will come. These moments do not go unnoticed by me. As the daylight stretches across your room and rests softly on your face, understand that my mercy is new for you right here. I see how you try to keep going, even as doubts flicker at the corners of your resolve. But my love does not stand at a distance, waiting for you to perform. I am present now, infusing you with quiet courage, lifting your chin, calling you by name. In your private worries, whether about your family, your purpose, or your unknown tomorrows, I am not indifferent. Your prayers, spoken or silent, matter deeply to me. When you confess your confusion and ask for direction, you are honoring the truth. You do not have to solve everything alone. Let your honesty become the doorway through which my wisdom enters. Even as you move through unfinished stories and tangled circumstances, I gently remind you that you are not without guidance. My presence shapes the unseen and steadies your steps, often in ways you discover only after you have moved forward. There may be times when guilt or regret tries to whisper that you are late, that you should have chosen differently, or that you missed your moment. These are not my words. I see beyond your self-accusation to the longing that presses beneath. I do not waste your sorrow. Every tear has my attention, and every remorse is received with compassion, not accusation. In my presence, you are not measured by old failures, but by my unchanging devotion. When you let go of self-condemnation and breathe in my acceptance, a new freedom grows in you, one that lets you arise each morning as someone destined for renewal. The future sometimes looms as a shadow, shaped by the unknown and the voices of what could go wrong. But beloved, I have already gone ahead to those places you worry about. My hand sets boundaries the night cannot cross. My goodness is active, preparing ways that serve your true good, even when they surprise or unsettle you. I ask for your trust, not because the path will always be easy, but because my love is the bedrock beneath your uncertainty. You can risk hope today, knowing that I am already holding what you cannot yet see. Pause for a breath, and notice my nearness now. The stress you have carried in your shoulders, the tiredness behind your eyes, I see it all with the affection of a loving father. Take one slow, intentional breath and recognize my gentle care surrounding you. With every exhale, surrender the need to have it all figured out. Let my peace begin to fill the quiet places in you that have gone untouched for too long. The small act of letting go, repeated moment by moment, is the beginning of your transformation. I am shaping in you an identity that is rooted in grace, not in striving. You are not defined by your productivity, your history, or your appearance. I delight in the mere fact of your existence. My eyes search for the spark of gratitude that remains in you even after disappointments. Each time you turn to me, no matter how imperfectly, you are answering your true name. You who are mine, I rejoice over you, not as a distant sovereign, but as a loving companion, attentive to every ordinary detail of your life. When you walk through responsibilities that feel heavier than your strength, remember that I am within you, not only watching over you. The hands that shape mountains are the same hands that hold you steady. My words spoken to your heart are like water to parched ground, softening what is rigid, causing barren places to yield joy again. Do not look for proof of my faithfulness only in grand outcomes. Pay attention to small mercies, the laughter of a loved one, the sunrise breaking through gray, the warmth in your chest at the kind word of a friend. These moments are seeds of my care, quiet assurances that I am always at work. Admit to me the concerns you do not speak aloud. Maybe you fear letting yourself hope for too much, or you wonder if you have missed the season for your dreams. Lay these vulnerable questions before me. I do not despise small or halting trust. I cherish it. Even the faintest opening of your heart is precious to me. There is no formula you must master, no spiritual threshold to cross before I listen. Your willingness to turn and look in my direction is miracle enough for today. My response is faithful, personal, and unfailing. Some days, the shadows will linger longer than you expected. The breakthrough may come slowly, or the answer may feel incomplete. Yet, even amid the waiting, I am present. Each moment full of purpose, you will one day understand more clearly. I do not ask you to manufacture joy or build your own future from anxious effort. Rest in the assurance that my plans for you are shaped by loving wisdom. Little by little, you will see how I bring beauty from brokenness, clarity from confusion, and peace where there was restlessness. Let your heart become quiet and listen for my whisper even now, in the midst of your routine. I am as close as your next breath, unhurried and unceasing in my attention. When you remember me in your ordinary hours, you invite eternity into the smallest moments. This is how transformation unfolds, not in the grand gestures alone, but in the many silent invitations to trust that I never leave your side. There is a hush in this moment, a sacred awareness drawing so near you can almost taste the weight of my love lingering in the air around you. You sense how every heartbeat now carries purpose. Every breath is charged with promise. You feel me drawing you close, whispering not just reassurance but deep calling, profound destiny. This is the place you have been searching for, even when you could not name what you longed for, because it is home in me, with me, your heart finally finding its resting ground after so much wandering. Can you feel this shift inside? The old anxieties that once held you so tightly are losing their grip, slipping off like shadows at sunrise. My presence wraps around you, calming the storms, bringing clarity to places that once only knew confusion. Pause here. Let yourself stay exactly as you are, unbraced, unmasked, unafraid. Beloved child, you are safe. Even now, the wounds you carried, some named, some never spoken, are being touched by a gentle heat that is my healing. I am not content to leave you bound by disappointment or regrets. I am at work right now, mending what was torn inside you, making beauty out of all that sought to break you. I see how you kept moving forward despite pain. I honor the tears you wept in silent rooms, the nights you gave up hope yet still reached for me in the dimness. Nothing has been wasted. Not a single loss eludes my notice. Your scars, once felt as shame, are becoming marks of overcoming. Testimonies to the world that resurrection is not just for someday, but for today. There is something sacred about surrender, something you are learning in layers. Each time you loosen your grip on what cannot save you, you free yourself to receive what only I can give. That tightness in your chest right now. Place your hand over your heart. Notice how your breathing changes as you admit the truth. You were never alone, never abandoned. My nearness is not an idea. It is an atmosphere, a reality pressing in right here. I urge you to trust the process, even if the path winds in ways you did not foresee. You are being shaped, not punished. You are being strengthened, not broken. This is metamorphosis in motion. Some of you sense a surge of anticipation, an inexplicable hope growing, even as circumstances around you seem unchanged. That hope is the signature of my spirit whispering that a new chapter is being drafted for you, and the ink is still wet with promise. There is coming a day soon where, in the middle of your daily tasks, you will feel unexplainable peace settle on you like balm. You'll know it's me, because it comes when the world gives you no reason for joy, yet joy wells up unprovoked. Do you see how my goodness surprises you? How my faithfulness intrudes into ordinary minutes? Keep your eyes open, for a door you stopped asking about is loosening its hinges. You will recognize my hand because it moves at the precise moment when hope seemed faintest. I remember the questions you dared not voice. What if you're not enough? What if you miss it again? What if you are too messed up, too late, too tired to see my best unfold? Hear me, little one. The enemy's lies have echoed for too long in your inner world. The wound of not enough has distorted your reflection, but I hold a mirror up to you that reveals my image stamped beneath every layer of self-doubt. I call you chosen. I deem you worthy. I have selected you not because of your flawless record, but because my love delights to restore the flawed and the frail. My strength shines brightest in cracked places. Invite me into your weakness, and I will fill it with glory. You wonder what comes next, if this newness will last, if what you feel right now can endure messy days and disappointments yet to come. Do not let fear prophesy your future. My promises are not written in sand. They are carved in the bedrock of my commitment to you, proven again and again whenever your hope and I intersect. Let go of the pressure to hold everything together. You are invited into partnership, not performance. Lean against me. Let my steadiness become your confidence. There is no striving here, only surrender that brings you deeper into freedom. As your identity rises from the ashes of old narratives, let new words shape your mind. Say it now, with whatever faith you have. I am loved. I am chosen. I am not who I used to be. My voice silences the accusations that chase you. My blood speaks louder than your history. The chains of yesterday lose their power as you choose again and again to believe what I declare over you. Don't rush this moment. Breathe. Let tears fall if they need. Every shudder, every sigh is holy in my sight. You are not walking this journey alone. Others have walked this road of metamorphosis, many unseen, all beloved. Each time you rise from discouragement, you strengthen the silent chorus of those who dare to believe my word over their wounds. Thousands before you have discovered that obedience births freedom, that gratitude opens new dimensions of joy, that trust unlocks impossible doors. You are part of this movement, a movement of the awakened, those who live not as victims but as vessels of my transformative power. Your life is a signpost to a world starved for hope. Soon, you will find yourself offering what you now receive. Compassion you are tasting will overflow into others' emptiness. Peace you cling to will radiate outward. shifting rooms and relationships wherever your feet tread. This is your commission. Let me love others through you. Let me make your scars sanctuaries that heal hurting souls. The best is not behind you. Your future is pregnant with breakthrough. Every delay working double for your destiny. Watch for whispers in coming days, unexpected encouragements, chance encounters, moments of clarity that arrive gently but change everything. These are my gifts, tailor fit for your story. Rest now in the certainty that not one promise is lost, not one pain overlooked. You and me, I and you, we are inseparable. I am not finished. The story continues. What I have begun will reach perfection in its time, and you will see with your own eyes that goodness and mercy are not just concepts, but companions that never leave your side. Pause and let this settle. Glory is rising, and you are ready because I have made you ready. Even now, I am closer than your very breath, and my affection is endless. Amen. If this word stirred something deep within you, stay connected to these daily reminders of my faithfulness. Press that button now, not for content, but for communion. I will meet you here tomorrow, speaking life again into the places that need it most.
I will return.
As you press play, you might wonder if these words carry something meant just for you.
Oh, that was it. I don't know.
Or if they might miss the quiet ache within your heart. Hear me clearly, beloved. This is not empty talk, not distant or general. I am coming to meet you in your exact moment, with the message your soul has been craving. If you have tried to carry your burden alone, or feared that even your prayers dissolved into silence, let today be different. Let my words sink in softly, a reminder that I am closer than your own breath, attentive to
Mhm.
Mm. 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 Mm.
Mm. Mm. Mm.
Good morning. I slept in because I went to bed late. Hope you're having a beautiful Sunday. I know I will. Gonna have company over. Smash that like. What a sleep I had. It was grand. Grand sleep I had. Thanks for being here.